Good evening, and welcome to this meeting of the Boston School Committee. I'm Chairperson Jerry Robinson. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I want to welcome everyone who is joining us tonight in person on Boston City TV and on Zoom. I'm going to ask everyone here in the chamber to please turn off the volume on your laptops or other devices so it does not interfere with the audio for tonight's meeting. Thank you for your cooperation. Tonight's meeting documents are posted on the committee's webpage, bostonpublicschools.org/school committee, under the October 18th meeting link. For those joining us in person, you can access the meeting documents by scanning the QR code that's posted by the doors. The meeting documents have been translated into all of the major BPS languages. Any translations that are not ready prior to the start of the meeting will be posted as soon as they are finalized. The meeting will be rebroadcast on Boston City TV and posted on the school committee's webpage and on YouTube. The recording will be available in all of the BPS languages. The committee is pleased to offer live simultaneous interpretation virtually in Spanish, Haitian Creole, Cabo-Verdeano, Cantonese, Mandarin, Vietnamese, and American Sign Language. The Zoom interpretation features have been activated. Zoom participants should click the globe icon at the bottom of your screen to select your language preference. I'd like to remind everyone to speak at a slower pace to assist our interpreters. Before we begin our full meeting, I want to provide the superintendent an opportunity to share a few moments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to take a moment to discuss the recent world events that are weighing on the hearts and minds of so many people, including my own. Hamas's horrific attack on the people of Israel, the war and ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza, and the thousands of Israeli and Palestinian civilians' lives lost, the hostages taken. The human tragedies we have witnessed over the past 11 days are overwhelming. I've had many conversations with my colleagues, mentors, superintendents in the state, city, on the impact of the crisis, especially on many of our students and their families. As the leader of this district and as an educator, one of the most difficult decisions I have to make is how to respond publicly to the recent tragedies and many like them. As always, I will place our students first and foremost as I speak tonight. As public educators and as a school district leader, it is our job to make sure that all students feel supported and have trusted adults they can turn to when they're upset or have questions about the world around them. This is true today, and it's true during times of crisis. With our students' well-being in mind, I hosted a meeting with our regional school superintendents and our school leaders to share and discuss resources for students directly impacted and for those who need support processing what they are seeing and hearing. Following that meeting, our Office of Student Support sent a letter to our school leaders with resources to support students' social and emotional well-being, as well as materials to support classroom discussions and lessons. I shared that we all must be on alert for any potential increase in anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. I want to be very clear, BPS will not tolerate discrimination of any kind, and the Office of Equity stands ready, support if needed, and is closely monitoring any incidents that occur. I want to end by saying that my thoughts and prayers are with all those who are impacted and suffering from this violence and war. We are one BPS community, and as a district, we will continue to support each member of the community whenever and wherever it is needed. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me a moment as we start tonight's meeting. I'll now turn it back to you.
Thank you for your thoughtful comments, Superintendent. And as you said, we will support each member of our BPS community whenever and wherever it's needed. I would like now to invite my fellow members and the superintendent to please join me in celebrating one of our members of the BPS community. Would the members and the superintendent please join me on the floor for the presentation? Go down to this. Come on over. Each year, the Boston Research Bureau honors a handful of city employees with the Henry L. Shattuck Public Service Award. The award recognizes public servants who exemplify integrity, initiative, leadership, and commitment to the public good. We're thrilled that one of this year's Shattuck recipients is a dual language teacher at the Mattahunt Elementary School. Please join me in congratulating Yves Bordeaux. Yeah. Congratulations, Ms. Bordeaux. We're delighted that you were joined tonight by Mattahunt Assistant Principal Joelle Gamir. Right here? Hi. Good evening. Thank you. The school committee extends its congratulations to Yves Rose Bordeaux, dual language educator, Mattahunt. Oh, excuse me. This is what it reads. Okay. So, yeah. The Boston School Committee extends its congratulations to Yves Bordeaux, dual language educator, Mattahunt Elementary School, recipient of the Boston Municipal Research Bureau 2023 Henry L. Shattuck Public Service Award. A founding teacher of the Toussaint Louverture Haitian Dual Language Program, Ms. Bordeaux works tirelessly to provide all Mattahunt students with high-quality instruction and wraparound support to help them thrive. Ms. Bordeaux's motto, "If there's a need, I have to try and help," exemplifies her commitment to public service. The chairperson and members of the school committee of the City of Boston join with the superintendent of schools in extending their appreciation to Ms. Bordeaux for her unwavering commitment to the students and families of the Boston Public Schools and wish her continued success in all future endeavors. Signed, School Committee Chair Jerry Robinson and Superintendent Mary Skipper, October 18th, 2023. Congratulations.
Thank you. I am actually going to, in my
Mary.
comments, I have
Got
some
it.
wonderful words. In my superintendent's report, I have some wonderful words for you, Rose. Thank you for everything. I'm going to say a few special. Congratulations. Congratulations.
We'll take the orange line. I know you don't.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to the approval of minutes. I'll now entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the October 4th, 2023 school committee meeting and October 5th, 2023 school committee retreat as presented. Is there a motion? So moved. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Is there any objection to approving the motion by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. We'll now move on to the superintendent's report. I present to you our superintendent, Mary Skipper.
Thank you, Chairperson Robinson, and good evening. As a follow-up to the discussion at the school committee retreat around rethinking the meeting agenda, I'm going to try to make my superintendent's report a bit briefer. Tonight's superintendent's report will include a few quick updates and a few bright spots. Shortly, you will also hear a full report and presentation on transformation schools and inclusive education. So two really important ones. A few notes on the exam schools. I want to start by letting members know that we're in the process of gathering the information that the committee members requested regarding the exam school task force's recommendations to award bonus points to ensure that all members and the public have the historical context and the rationale of the policy decisions and recommendations at that time. We hope to have that information ready to share before our next meeting to give you a sense of what it'll include, a summary and timeline of the exam school task force's deliberations prior to their recommendation of the current admissions policy, including the origin and considerations of the bonus points. A timeline of both the admissions process for families as well as when school committee members can expect to receive data regarding both invitations and student outcomes following the next admission cycle, and some additional data to respond to questions from committee members regarding economically disadvantaged status and invitation rates, as well as the point differential between Title I and non-Title I schools, as well as questions regarding minimum composition score per tier. So these were the main themes that we heard in the discussion at the last meeting. We'll share it with the committee and the public once it's complete, but we are expecting to be able to provide that memo and update at the next school committee meeting. Some really excellent data to share on-time performance. Late last week, specifically Friday, October 13th, BPS submitted our monthly on-time performance, or what we call our OTP, transportation memo, to DESE as part of our SIP. Before accounting for any routes missing GPS data, September's on-time performance was as follows. In the morning, 84% of the buses were on time, 96% of the buses arrived within 15 minutes on time, and 99% of the buses arrived within 30 minutes on time. In the afternoon, 83% of the buses were on time, 95% of the buses arrived within 15 minutes on time, and 98% of the buses arrived within 30 minutes on time. In addition, 2.5% of scheduled morning trips and 2.4% of scheduled afternoon trips were missing arrival time data. In the on-time performance reported to DESE, these trips missing data were counted as late, and that's been the practice. As such, after accounting for missing data, AM on-time performance reported to DESE for September 2023 was 81.8%. Last month's data compared to September of 2022, the year before, year over year, demonstrates significant progress. The percentage of missing GPS data has been reduced by more than half, 5.8% in September of 2022 compared to 2.5% in September of 2023. The on-time performance reported to DESE also increased significantly from 76.4% last September to 81.8% this September. As a result of the work done to hire and train bus drivers to get back to full staffing, no trips in September were without driver coverage. 1 a.m. and 2 p.m. trips in September did not run as a result of operational error. Each of these instances were followed up on individually. Finally, we're continue to make strong progress on bus monitor staffing. We started this school year with nearly 200 more bus monitors than last year. We also implemented a new coverage model focused on ensuring at least one bus monitor on each bus transporting students with disabilities. We've continued to focus closely on hiring and currently have an additional 65 bus monitor hires pending to ensure we fully meet all school needs. I want to applaud the hard work of the BPS transportation team for their full commitment to our shared goals and for making continuous improvement as we work toward meeting these goals. I want to once again congratulate Mattahunt Elementary School teacher Eros Bordeaux. It really is such a well-deserving reward of the 2023 Shattuck Award. Anyone that knows you knows that you give your heart and your soul to the Mattahunt students and the families every day. From organizing reading groups for the families to English classes for adults, to walking in Blue Hills and delivering groceries to families, you've really helped to create the welcoming community that the Mattahunt is known for, and that frankly is a model for us in the BPS that we need for all of our communities. So thank you so much, Eros. A few other bright spots. I was recently honored to and able to help fulfill a wish for William Gerald Chase. Mr. Chase left Brighton High School in 1943 to serve in the United States Navy during World War II. Mr. Chase left school before receiving his diploma. Thanks to caring BPS individuals like Brighton High School and Andrew Bott, who is the leader there, and members of our high school and guidance and technology teams, Mr. Chase's diploma was presented to him by the City Veteran Services Commissioner, Roberto Santiago, and City Council President Ed Flynn, both of whom are Navy veterans. We also made a little video for Mr. Chase to celebrate his joining the class of 2023 BPS grads. And we were told by Mr. Chase and his family that they really appreciated all of it. So thank you to everyone that made that happen. And congratulations to Mr. Chase, to our class of 2023. On Tuesday, October 11th, the BPS Central Office celebrated Hispanic Heritage Month. We had food, music, guest speakers, dance performance by the Hyde Square Task Force, which also included our BPS students. Special guests included School Committee Chair Robinson, Member Polanco Garcia, as well as at-large Boston City Councilor Julia Mejia. Just a reminder that it's BPS College and Career Month. Please join us on Saturday, this coming Saturday, from 10 until 1:30 at the Reggie Lewis Center, Track and Athletic Center for the BPS Citywide College Career and STEM Fair. It's one of my favorite events, and I'm looking forward to being able to celebrate with our families and to have them be able to learn about all of the different opportunities that are available in career college and STEM. Before we close, I'd also like to take a moment to remember the life and work of a former BPS head of school teacher and administrator and coach, Michael Donato, who passed away last month. Mr. Donato will be remembered for his roles at the former Boston Tech and Roslindale High Schools, and for the steady leadership he provided at Hyde Park High School during the busing crisis. Most importantly, Mr. Donato will be remembered fondly by his colleagues and the many, many students he guided and mentored throughout his life. We appreciate Mr. Donato for his dedication to our students. Our thoughts are with his family and friends as we celebrate his life. Before I close, Chair, I just want to take a moment to address the students who are here tonight. Thank you for coming to testify, especially on a school night. Many of you are taking time away from your homework and other responsibilities to address us, and we do not take that lightly. I know you plan to speak on important issues that impact your school community, and we're here to listen. For the O'Brien students that are here tonight, I know there are other conversations planned with district staff in the coming weeks, both to tour the rec campus and continue this conversation. But I look forward to hearing from you tonight and following of those meetings. I'm proud of all of your advocacy efforts. I know we also have students from the Elliott here as well. And as a lifelong educator, I will always listen to you and support your right to speak out and to express yourself. Madam, this concludes my report, and I hand it back to you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. I'll now open it up to questions and discussion from the committee. I would like to remind my colleagues about our agreed upon norm that we each have 5 minutes. However, I'm changing that for tonight because we have so much on our agenda. We will do one round of questioning. I'm going to let you have 7 minutes. And what we're helping you will do is to ask your most burning questions first and then list anything else after you've gotten the first responses so that districts, you can put that on the record of questions that were not answered tonight, and then we will have the district answer those and get those answers back to all of us and to put it on, put it out for the public as well. And to help us do that, the timer now will be on the screen in front of us so that you can get a sense of your own time as the time goes on. Please send any questions that you have for Liz for a response. And I also want to remind everyone just to speak slower so that our interpreters can hear you. With that, questions?
I do have one which is separate, just still looking for an update on the summer
Hawkins?
programming and sort of the
Pardon me, Dr.
connection
Hawkins?
between the summer programming and how students are faring now. Oh,
Thank you.
I'm sorry, just how students are faring now with respect to how the summer program has actually accelerated their learning.
Thank you, Chair. So we will present that in memo and then take questions on it. I believe it may be on the next agenda to be able to get a memo for you. We just completed with the Boston After School and Beyond. We just had the presentation and the data was extremely positive, but we want to go deeper into the data relative to academic, attendance, the types of indicators that we look at. So we'll work with the team to get that in memo form for you.
Sure. And a second question I had just was to elaborate a little bit more on the spaces that you all have been thinking about providing to students, to faculty, staff, to process through the conversation as you brought up about the conflict, the world conflict that we're seeing in Israel. Just wondering what things that you might be planning.
Sure. So we're really working through you, Chair. We're really working with the school leaders. Each community is very different, and the impact is different, and the age of the students is different. Many of the schools have been giving space within there. You have different folks that are working to help. It could be guidance, social workers, our equity office. It really is going to range as to who is supporting, but we're relying on the leaders to really identify for their community what they think they need and want, and then we will work with them. We have an all leader meeting tomorrow, so we're going to have some discussion at that meeting about this very topic.
Okay. Do you have another question?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Not for
Mr. Tron? No. None? No, thank you. None? Mr. Cardenas? None? Mr. O'Neill?
Just real quick. So Superintendent, thank you for your report tonight. First, on the exam school issue, you mentioned you're pulling a bunch of additional data. I am going to be very interested in seeing, in particular, the score differential between the Title I schools and the non-Title I schools has been brought up versus the arbitrary figure that had been selected initially. So thank you for digging in on that. On the transportation, I'm just wondering how we're doing. Those are great numbers, by the way, and acknowledge the incredible hard work of the transportation department. And particularly what I was struck by was the number of completely missed routes. I think you said 1 or 2, and last year that was, you didn't even tell last year's number because that was a bad figure. And I know the work that went into hiring drivers and hiring monitors ahead of time. So big distinction there. How are we doing so far in October as we're almost halfway through the month? The numbers continue to improve?
Dan, do you have some updated info? We always caveat the data though to say we haven't submitted it formally to DESI, so this
Good.
is.
Understood. And I understood the distinction you gave between what the numbers were without the GPS and then what therefore had to be reported to DESI. So.
Right. So, these are initial numbers. As of now, we have a process in place where there's a 7-day feedback loop for any trips missing data and to confirm data. So these are not final numbers, but so far in October, we're averaging 89% on-time performance in the morning and 87% in the afternoon before subtracting out any missing data.
Correct.
And then we're averaging in the 2.5 to 3% missing data consistent with September so far.
Okay. And as you explained missing data before, sometimes it's the GPS malfunctioning, sometimes it's a different driver covering and they may not pull up exactly to the spot at the school. We've all been at schools as the buses are pulling up, et cetera. I mean, there's a variety of reasons, right?
Yeah, it's really a confluence of different factors. I would say actually mechanical GPS issues are very rare. They do happen occasionally, having 700 plus buses in our fleet, but the majority of them are actually, I would say, either data capture issues. For instance, if it's a different bus number for the day that's not tracked correctly, or as you said, the bus pulls up a slightly different spot outside the geofence for the school. The other piece that is a common cause is if a bus does not actually need to go to the school that day. For instance, in the morning, say there's a bus with only a couple students on board, those students aren't going that day, so the driver does the stops, but no one's there, so he doesn't need to go to the school. We have to make sure that we're capturing that so that we can pull that information out. And so,
Thank you.
yeah,
And
sometimes.
while I have you, Superintendent, it's okay if I ask the question one more of how we're still doing great coverage on athletic trips and field trips and the other things that we also struggled with last year?
Yeah, we've so far this year with the work that we did to get back to full driver staffing, we haven't had any coverage issues for any athletics or field trips either.
Excellent. Thank you. I do have talked to a couple of schools and I know on the athletic trips in particular, they tend to just find out like the day before, right? So there's still some anxiety there, but they're
Yeah,
feeling
sure.
much better.
Yep, and that's, I think, partly driven by the CBA we have with our bus drivers that allows them to bid on that work day of. And so, we typically know whether or not we expect to be able to cover it, but we're not able to confirm the exact driver until that same day.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for the work for the whole team on that. And speaking of athletics, Superintendent, I appreciate it that you recognized Mr. Donato's passing. I lived in Hyde Park and for some of my life, and the Donato family is a big family in Hyde Park and Rosendale. And Mr. Donato, as you said, had been the headmaster of Hyde Park High, and I've certainly bumped into my share of people over the years that were coached and mentored and taught by him, and know how proud he was about being a BPS teacher and school leader and administrator. So we know how important it is for people, and we have many others, right, that becomes their career's work, and it's nice that we can recognize that. So thank you for mentioning it tonight.
You're welcome.
Yeah. I had one question also about transportation. I was trying to stop you from running back down there, but I know that you were saying that there's like 2% of the runs that are being completed more than 30 minutes late. So my question is, are those runs the same runs? So is there a pattern of that there are some runs that are always extra late, or does it change?
Yeah, so for September, we had 96% of buses within 15 minutes and 99% within 30. So it's under 1% of trips on a daily basis that were arriving more than 30 minutes late. I would say in some cases, those are individual, one-off issues. And then there's definitely a subset of routes where there are identified route problems that need to be addressed, and those are consistent issues. But both our team and the TransDev team and the bus drivers, one of our big focuses is on identifying those and making changes each week to address those. And so I would say so far this year, about 75% of the root problems we've addressed, we've been able to resolve, and we're continuing to push each week to fix those.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
You
I have a
have
question. Not about transportation. Lucky you. Two questions. One on the exam schools. With this memo that you're pulling together, and thank you for that, will it just explore history or policy recommendations, given some of the concerns raised?
Through Chair. So my understanding, and we've asked Attorney Mackey to also be involved in it, is that it will do both. So the idea is to give glimpse into, since everyone has a different history of how this came to be, particularly on this committee. It'll give both the historical, the meanings, what happened, and then what rationale of policy change was recommended, like for what reasons.
Copy. And then will it also include information? In our last conversation, we talked about not having the relationship with the state to get the student economic data that we know exists that allows us to understand that a school is Title I eligible. Will it also explore the process for shifting that relationship, that agreement with the state, or are we making an assumption that there's no universe where we could enter an agreement with the state to get that level of data to support a different
Right.
admissions process?
So through Chair. So I don't think for this particular memo, we could get that answer. But I do think we took note, as is going to be responded in the memo, to both the questions and concerns you shared,
Mhm.
other members shared, but also the public shared. This will be an area that we will work to see what is possible.
Yeah.
But it will require us a little bit of time to do so.
There's that quote, like, don't accept a no from someone not empowered to give you a yes. So I am always curious in that the sort of history, the retelling of the history, how much did we actually explore that? Like, we've been very clear it's not an option, but it would be really helpful for us to share. Is it not an option because we just assumed it's not an option because we don't have that relationship to date? Or is it not an option because we did labor to engage in trying to answer the
Sure.
question?
We'll make note of that, and whatever we have of data for that, we'll give you.
Perfect. And then my last question is just around the FCA dashboard. I've been playing around with the tool a little bit, and it's great, like lovely to have. I think as a user, and I'm curious, the process for improvement around the dashboard, it's hard to understand sort of what's behind the number, and also if we have a value around what those numbers mean. So like as a parent, not even as a school committee member, I'll look at my school and like, is a 30 good? Is a 30 bad? Is a 30, does that create urgency for the system? Is it red? Is it green? Is it yellow? And then I think even more importantly, where I felt lost was what's behind the number? Like, what is informing it? Like, is it a building condition concern because there's asbestos? Is there a building condition? Like, I couldn't really get to the meaning of it. So while a really good start, I'm curious, like, what our plan is to allow to do two things: to show the integrity behind the data, like what is informing that number specifically, like what makes that raw score, and then I think more specifically to hear from the system, like what is our assessment of that we have that number and what does that mean to us?
Yeah. So that's good feedback, and I know that capital planning will take that. I think we can both on FCA and what we have published be able to speak to that a little bit more for the public, but then also for each of the school committee members. I do think that some of the relevance of the numbers we try to show by kind of region, the average scores, so you get a sense. And part of the problem is most of the scores are very low.
Mm-hmm.
So relevance is, but I think that's good feedback for the team in terms of further explanation on both the site so that people, as they're entering it and they're using it, they have a reference model. But then also, I know that the team is willing to do other updates because everybody's got different questions on FCAs.
And then the last thing here, I think too, is I suspect will use that dashboard in our own conversations around the future of the system. I think it then becomes even more important for us to have clarity around what's feeding the total scores that we're seeing in each of the given categories.
That's correct. It will be part of the rubric. It is one of the pieces of it. So I think the clearer we can be in the details to provide context, the better. So thank you for that.
I'll look for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm a late coming guy, but just to continue on the issue regarding the admission policy, I understand that we'll be receiving some sort of a memo that give a general picture of the status of what it is. Are there going to be any kind of recommendations included in that in that memo, or just a dissection of
Yeah.
issues?
So I think one is the one purpose of the memo is to give everyone the historical context, given everybody wasn't here, right, when it was initially discussed. I also think there were particular data questions that were asked for us to look at, and that, particularly around the Title I and the non-Title I schools. And so we'll be looking at that as well. In terms of the actual recommendations, I think we'll have to look to see what the data says on it. But I think the goal of looking at the data is to see, is there something that might be actionable in those areas? But we need to take it a step at a time. So the first step will be historical context and then producing the data that's been requested.
Thank you.
Mr. Maida, do you have anything? Before we move on? Okay. Checking. All righty. Thank you all. And so now I will entertain a motion to receive the superintendent's report. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Is there any objection to approving the motion by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the superintendent's report is approved. We'll now move on to general public comment. As a reminder, public comment will be 1 hour, and anyone still wanting to testify will have a chance to do so later in the evening. Ms. Sullivan?
Thank you, Chair. The public comment period is an opportunity for parents, caregivers, students, and other concerned parties to make brief presentations to the school committee on pertinent school issues. Questions on specific school matters are not answered at this time, but are referred to the superintendent for a later response. Questions on specific policy matters are not answered at this time, but may be the subject of later discussion by the committee. This meeting will feature 2 public comment periods, with the first comment period limited to 1 hour. Priority will be given to those testifying in person. Time permitting, the committee will then open it up to virtual testimony. After 1 hour, anyone who has not testified will have the opportunity to do so at the end of the meeting. We have 43 speakers this evening. Each person will have 2 minutes to speak, and I will remind you when you have 30 seconds remaining. If your remarks are longer than 2 minutes, please email your comments for distribution to the committee. The time that an interpreter uses for English interpretation will not be deducted from a speaker's allotted time. Speakers may not reassign their time to others. Please direct your comments to the chair and refrain from addressing individual school committee members or district staff. Please state your name, affiliation, and what neighborhood you're from before you begin. We'll begin this evening with our students. Elizabeth Nothnagel and Grace Nothnagel are our first speakers. They'll be followed by Alana Susi and Emmeline Knight Bairstow.
Should I go first?
Hello, my name is Grace Nothnagel. I live with my family in Charlestown, and I'm a seventh grade student at the Elliott School. I'm also an unintended consequence of the new policy. Last year, I applied to exam schools, but did not get in despite of my perfect GPA and high MAP scores. As a Tier 7 student from a non-bonus point school, I had no chance of admission to Boston Land as the cutoff was 100.2. This was an impossible score for me without bonus points. I have so many friends and teammates from my street and my neighborhood who got into exam schools with scores much lower than mine because they attended a bonus point school. Why are they allowed to attend exam schools, but I'm not? What could I have done differently? This policy gave me zero chance. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Nothnagel. I live in Charlestown. I'm an 8th grade BPS student at the Elliott School. I'm also an unintended consequence of the new policy. Despite my perfect GPA and composite score of 100, I was not admitted to an exam school as I was a Tier 8 student from a non-bonus point school. I was on the wait list, but as you know, the Boston wait list was pointless as it was not used for a single student last year. I'm here today to show you that I'm a real person, not a data point, and not collateral damage. To completely exclude students like me from any chance at an exam school despite being exceptionally qualified is inequitable and unfair. My school, the Elliott, has the highest MCAS scores in the city, but less than half the kids who applied were admitted to any exam school. At other schools in my neighborhood, almost everyone got in. I had a perfect score in the MCAS, but I was not admitted. I can tell that I have almost no chance of admission in 9th grade because now I'm in Tier 7, where last year there were 152 applicants for 53 seats in 9th grade. In this year, there were 138 applicants for 60 seats. Most of the accepted applicants receive bonus points. Why am I being shut out from an exam school based on where I live and where I go to school? You say that there are alternatives for me, but my closest high school is Charlestown High School, where this year's MCAS data showed that only 1% of students were proficient in ELA and 0% were proficient in math. How can you say that you'll provide me with quality education that is comparable to an exam school? I'm here today to advocate for myself, my sister Grace, and for my brothers Charlie and Andrew, who have been and will be unintended consequences of this new policy. We are not asking to start from scratch or to overhaul the whole policy. We are asking for a few reasonable changes, giving bonus points only to qualified students and reallocating the numbers of applicants per tier to end this targeted exclusion. The data is clear and we do not have 5 years to wait. My family deserves a fair chance at a quality education in the city now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alana Suzy. Alana Suzy. She'll be followed by Emmeline Knight Bairstow and Fallon Perez.
Hi, my name is Alana Susi, and I'm an
Excuse me, could you speak
student.
right into the microphone for me? A little closer to the microphone. Perfect, thank you.
Hi, my name's Alana Susi, and I'm an 8th grade student at the Elliott, and I live in Charlestown. My sister tested into an exam school for 7th grade in 2017 and graduated from BLA class of 22. She tested in while living at the same address that we currently live in, a Tier 7 address. Although she was able to get in, it is impossible for me to get into any of the exam schools because of your new policy requires a composite score of 100.2. I took the ISEE in 2021, and I would have also tested into an exam school, but you took that opportunity away from me. There are no BPS high schools that have AP classes, clubs, and athletics, which is forcing me to apply to private schools that my single mother can barely afford. When I applied for 7th grade, I had a high MCAS and MAP scores, like most of the students at my school, and my composite score was 100, the highest that someone can get without any bonus points. All but 5 schools in the district don't receive bonus points: the Elliott, BTUA Pilot, Kilmer, Linden, and the Manning are the unfortunate schools who are experiencing the disadvantages of this policy. The new policies are even more unfair now than they were 3 years ago. Your goal was for everyone to have an equal chance, but you guys did quite the opposite. Thank you.
Next speaker is Emmeline Knight Bairstow.
My name is Emmy Knight Bairstow. I'm 12 years old and I'm in the 7th grade at the Elliott. Last spring, I applied to Boston exam schools, and like a lot of my Elliott classmates, I didn't get a seat. I live in Tier 7, and even though I get good grades and have high MAP test scores, it was impossible, and I mean really, truly impossible for me to get into BLS from my tier without bonus points. My school is one of the 7 in BPS that does not receive them. It is hard for me and many of my Elliott classmates to understand why we are not allowed to attend BLS. It is also hard for us to understand why across the street from my apartment is Tier 4. Last year, 91% of kids in Tier 4 got into exam schools. In Tier 7, it was 48%. If I lived across the street, I would be in Boston Lassen right now instead of back at the Elliott, where I was assigned to go to school when I was 4 years old. Now I'm worried about where I'm going to go to high school. I want to be able to go to a high school where I can take advanced classes, take art and music and foreign languages, and be able to be on sports teams. I would like the opportunity to go to an exam school. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Fallon Perez, followed by Tatum Donovan and Isabel Galley.
Sorry. Hi, my name is Fallon Perez, and I'm a 7th grade student at the Elliott, and I live in Tier 7. My school has some of the highest MCAS scores in the entire city, but less than half of the kids who applied weren't admitted to any exam school. My friend who attends the Warren Prescott got into BLS along with most of her classmates. Why are there spots for kids at the Warren Prescott but not for kids from my school? As you are aware, it is impossible to get into BLS from my tier without any bonus points, and my school is one of the 7 in BPS that does not receive them. Why am I not allowed to attend BLS? I am ready and eager for the programs that BLS, BLA, and the O'Brien have, but it is close to impossible to get in from my tier. Is there a solution that can happen for my future this year or next? I'm so ready for this opportunity, and I'm so grateful for any consideration of my request.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tatum Donovan.
Good evening. My name is Tatum Donovan, and I am a freshman at Boston Latin School. I am here tonight to advocate on behalf of my sister Isla, who is also an unintended consequence, as she is a Tier 8 7th grader at the Elliott K-8 Innovation School. I'm also here tonight to advocate on behalf of my other 2 sisters, who are going to be future unintended consequences, Karis and Quinn, 4th and 3rd graders at the Elliott. My sisters are not data points. They are Boston Public School students who deserve a fair chance at a quality public high school education. Commissioner Skipper has stated that the current policy's goal is for everyone to get their fair share. That is not happening under the current plan. How is it fair that the Elliott has the highest MCAS scores in the entire city, but only 1/3 of students were given seats to any exam school? Yet Isla's good friends from the Murphy and the Quincy were all but guaranteed admission into BLS with a windfall of bonus points obtained from the school they were assigned to by PPS. These are friends with seasonal ski passes and ski homes. These are friends with generational wealth that both other families as well as my own lack. Make no mistake, many of these friends are bright and most likely will thrive at BLS, and they deserve a quality public high school education too. But they did not deserve bonus points. And guess what? Isla is bright too. She's a straight A student who has exceeded expectations on last spring's math MCAS. She's one of the hardest workers I know, and she deserves at least a fair shot. Mayor Wu, Superintendent Skipper, school committee members, take a cue from the children forced to testify and advocate for their right to an education tonight. Be brave and do the hard work. You can undo this plan of targeted exclusion. You owe it to my sisters to look at and analyze the data coming out of Tier 7 and 8 now, not in 5 years. We implore you to listen to Mr. Cardet Hernandez. Give points to only targeted students who are economically disadvantaged. Stop giving points to children for simply going to school with disadvantaged students.
Tatum.
We also encourage you to fix your math. Each
Excuse me,
tier should have an
Tatum.
amount of seats proportional to the number of applicants who live in that tier. And while you're at it, use the energy you seem to reserve for excluding students from certain schools to fix your failing public high schools.
Excuse
So
me,
we're not
Tatum.
arguing over the same three
Tatum,
schools
I'm
over and
sorry,
over
your time is
again.
up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Isabel Galley, followed by Jamie Martin, Mauricio Reyes, and Ariane Ramos.
Hi, my name is Isabel Galley. I'm a seventh grader at the Elliott.
Excuse me,
School.
Isabel, could you speak right into the microphone for us? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Isabel Galley. I'm a seventh grader at the Elliott School, and I live in Charlestown. Because my school does not qualify for bonus points, I was denied entrance to an exam school. This is because I live in an amazing neighborhood in Boston, where I've grown up and where I have roots. I'm a proud Boston resident. Now, all of a sudden, I'm without an obvious option for high school that will offer me opportunity to take advanced classes, music, language, and be on sports teams. My sister is in ninth grade at BLS, but I'm not able to join her. I ask you why? Why is it separating us? The system needs to change so that families like mine do not have to end up in this situation. Thank you for listening and considering a change for this year.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jamie Martin.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Martin. I live in Roxbury and I'm a senior at the John D. O'Brien. The mayor wants to move our school to West Roxbury, and tonight you're going to hear from a member of current and former O'Brien students about the impact the mayor's proposal would have on our siblings, cousins, nieces, nephews, and neighbors. We wish our parents could be here tonight to give their testimony, but we are here instead because most of our parents working long hours because they have to since the city is so expensive to live in. We are here instead because a lot of our parents don't speak English fluently and aren't comfortable testifying in public. We are here instead because this is our school and we wanted to stay in Roxbury. The opportunities that this school offers is so special because of the area we live in. I plan on applying early action to pursue a nursing major. Back when I was a sophomore, I had the opportunity to sign up for a program called the Student Success Jobs Program. This is a highly selective program that's listed for specific schools in the area, such as Boston Latin Academy, Edward M. Kennedy, Community Academy of Science and Health, and Fenway High School, that allows students to work in Brigham and Women's Hospital to gain experience in the medical field, as well as learn about public health. This program has given me so much insight as to why I want to be a nurse, since I had so many mentors and I've been in so many departments. If the school was moved to West Roxbury, me and the other 80+ students would not have the opportunity to work in the field of our dreams, since the commute would be too long after school. Our school is 80% students of color, 60% from low-income families, and 50% students whose first language isn't English. It's a school where we can all belong, and that's why I want my siblings to come here. I have 3 younger siblings, ages 11, 11, and 12, and I hope that they all can come to their O'Brien. If the school moves to Westy,
20
my mom would
seconds.
probably rather they go to Latin Academy or Snowden than travel all the way to West Roxbury every day. Don't move the O'Brien, fix the building we have, and keep us in Roxbury.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mauricio Reyes. Okay, thank you. Ariane Ramos. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ariane Ramos. I'm a senior here at the O'Brien, and I'm glad I can come here tonight to speak on the issue of whether we should move OB to West Roxbury. I'm in the art club, the recycling club, and the Hispanic Heritage Club, which I'm proud of. So I stay after school 4 days a week. Most days I'm in the building until 4 or 4:30. I live in Dorchester on Columbia Road right now. And right now I can only take the 23, the 28, or the 16 to get back home. It usually takes no more than 15 minutes. However, if I were to come home from the West Roxbury location using the shuttle bus route that is planned, I will need to take that 5 p.m. shuttle bus. The transportation plan claims that it would take me 30 minutes to get home from West Roxbury. But let's be realistic, people. If I leave West Roxbury at 5 p.m., it is going to take me at least 45 minutes to get to Uphams. Then I have to take another bus from Uphams to get home. Instead of getting home at 4:30 or 4:45 like I do now, I would be getting home no earlier than 6. I'm also an NJROTC, which means that I participate in the parent nights and open houses. And at least 4 times a year, we stay until 8 p.m. to help escort parents and guests during these events? How will students get home from West Roxbury if they're staying very late for an open house or a musical event or an evening field trip or a sports practice? I won't be here next year, but thinking about other students that live in nearby neighborhoods, I worry that the transportation is a critical factor. The majority of students at OB live in Dorchester, East Boston, and Roxbury. After-school programs are crucial for the development of students, and as the travel time for school increases, it'll make it more difficult for students to participate in after-school activities. With 3 nieces and nephews who may want to attend OB in the future, I would want them to participate in sports and clubs like I do. It's fun, but it's also tiring getting back home. Longer commutes for our students will cause more stress and exhaustion, affecting their mental health along the way. The whole point of O'Brien was to give
Ariane.
students.
Ariane, I'm afraid
You
you're
almost
past your
finished?
time.
Can you
Thank
wrap
you.
up?
Oh, can I just get this one?
Yes,
then?
go for it. Yep. Mhm.
The whole point of O'Brien was to give students of color a chance to strive. How can we strive in that condition?
Next, we'll hear from Sarah Blanco, followed by Stephen Maldonado.
Hello, my name is Sarah Blanco, and I am a 9th grader at the John D. O'Brien. I have an older brother who graduated last year, and a twin brother who also attends the O'Brien. We live in East Boston, and my mom wanted to be here today to speak, but she works the night shift at Logan Airport, so I'm here to speak up for the kids who live in Eastie. Right now, it takes me 50 minutes to get to the O'Brien every morning, so I leave the house at 6:20. If I leave my house 10 minutes late, 10 minutes later, I will be 10 minutes late to school. But if the school moves to West Roxbury, kids from East Boston will have to rely on a shuttle bus from Maverick Station every morning, and the shuttle will leave at 6:15 a.m. If a kid misses the 6:15 shuttle, how are they going to get to school? Right now, if I'm feeling unwell, it is hard for my mom to come get me. If the school moves to West Roxbury, it will be even harder for her to come to the school. If the O'Brien moves to West Roxbury, parents from East Boston won't are parents from East Boston really going to send their kids to the O'Brien? I don't think so. Just like a lot of kids at the O'Brien, I do a sport. I attend my cross-country practice every day at Jamaica Plain. It would take me 45 minutes for me to travel to practice if I attended a school in West Roxbury, as opposed to taking 15 minutes from the location O'Brien is currently in. I get home at 7:30 p.m., often feeling too tired to stay up past 10 p.m. I quickly get my homework done and fall fast asleep. Going to a school farther away would have me waking up much earlier and taking away my sleep that I already have so little of. It's inconvenient and takes away time for sleep, and that can affect kids' performance in school. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Steve Maldonado, and I'm a senior at O'Brien, a resident at Alston, and also a proud immigrant. Like many others with similar backgrounds, I have struggled academically. I was lucky enough to find educators along the way who supported me. 4 years ago, I was encouraged by a teacher to apply for an exam school. I worked tirelessly, not only to answer that exam, but also to understand the system I was put in a country that was still unfamiliar to me. Fortunately, my work paid off as I was admitted into the OB. Like many immigrant teenagers, I eventually had to start working at the age of 15, ranging from 15 to 30 hours per week, not only to support myself economically, but also my family. I had to balance the school and work. The location of the school is what has kept me here. Being at the heart of Boston and close to so much of the most important public transportation stations like Nubian, Ruggles, and Roxbury Crossing has allowed me to be able to navigate through the city and be able to balance the school with work. The school's central location is only one of its advantages. Having the opportunity to be in such a diverse community that comes from all over Boston, from all different backgrounds, has, through the solidarity and patience of my peers, educators, and staff, taught me not only to adapt to the city, but learn this language and find my passions and my own voice in the crowd, and also to love the diversity that I have been able to observe and be part of. I worry that moving to school will jeopardize its diversity. I have a 12-year-old brother who has been here in Boston for 1 year. I want him and other children like us to be able to experience being part of such a wonderful community and school. Every moment in that building has been worth it and has helped me grow and learn not only academically, but also as a person. Moving to O'Brien, far from here, would demolish the dreams of many. and would leave many voiceless and would rip apart a community at the heart of Boston. Thank you for listening.
The next speaker is Mary Matero, followed by Isabella Pedroza Munoz.
My name is Mary Matero. I'm a recent O'Brien graduate, and I'm from West Roxbury. The summer of 2017, if you told my 12-year-old self that the O'Brien would be moving to my neighborhood of West Roxbury, I would have thought that it was good news. Having lived in West Roxbury my entire life, the prospect of attending a Boston public school in another neighborhood and using public transportation made me nervous. However, after spending 6 years at O'Brien and graduating in the class of 2023, I realized that the location is part of what makes OB such a great school. My parents and I were happy when we learned that I would have the opportunity to attend OB. However, it was odd that not many kids in West Roxbury attended OB. Almost all the kids in West Roxbury who attended exam schools went to either Latin or Latin Academy, and the reaction of some in my neighborhood to my attending OB was not exactly complimentary. There were comments about it being in a dangerous area, and some had the audacity to say that they would not send their kid to OB as it was in Roxbury. Some people we knew even turned down an O'Brien acceptance, opting to instead send their kids to high tuition private schools if they were not accepted to Latin or Latin Academy. Of course, this was complete BS. Having attended OB for 6 years, I can confidently say that the negative comments came from ignorance and prejudice. The people making these judgments had never been to my school, or I am convinced to Roxbury itself. The community I encountered at OB is the reason I'm here today. OB is an incredibly diverse school, and I made friends who lived all over the city, giving me the opportunity to travel all over Boston. I've grown and changed so much since I started at this school, and I've always been accepted by my peers. I don't want this community to be lost with the displacement of OB. Relocating OB would have brought the school physically closer to me, but would have pushed the rest of Boston further away, taking away opportunities from my friends and making my experience much less rewarding. Moving this school is displacing a community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Isabella Pedroza Munoz. I'm a senior at John D. O'Brien, and I was born and raised in Mattapan. I have an older sister who graduated OB in 2018 and a younger sister who's a current junior here. If there's one thing I love about OB is that we're a very diverse community of students and teachers. You can always find someone who you can connect with or relate to. Whenever I turn, I see people from many different backgrounds and learn all new cultures. This is no surprise, given that we are in the heart of Black Boston. A reason why our school is so diverse is because of our location. We're close to 2 major train stations and over 5 bus routes that go 4 different directions. Can you guess how many buses there are going to West Roxbury High? One bus that you guys expect over 500 students to take every day. I believe that if we move to a predominantly white neighborhood, it will drastically change the demographic of our community. We will lose many students who live in East Boston, whose commute will go from an hour to 2, maybe even 3, depending on traffic. This move would have a disproportionate impact on Latinos going to attend exam schools. I know that my mom would have been scared to send her children here to a school that was so far. Kids now wake up as early as 4 or 5 a.m. to make sure that they get to school on time. Can you imagine how long it will take? If they live an hour and a half away from their school? Could you imagine your children, nephews, grandkids having to wake up before the sun rises to make sure they get to class on time? I have a little cousin who is starting school, and I would love for her to come to O'Brien. I'm also scared. I know that she would thrive here and become an integral part of our community, but I fear that her mom won't want to send her daughter to the school and take the train or bus so early. If she ends up playing a sport, she will be getting home super late, and that would interfere with her homework time. These are common fears. I urge you to keep O'Brien where it has made a home for all students across the city. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anasadi Anju, and I live in Dorchester, and I'm a junior at the O'Brien. When I was in 6th grade, I took the ISEE and applied to all 3 exam schools, ranking OB as my first choice. I got into Boston Latin School, but I chose to go to O'Brien because my mother felt, and the diversity at the O'Brien was much better than BLS. And I felt like I belonged at school. And I was right. OB is friendly and like a family to me.
Furthermore, in my AP Bio class and my AP Language class, I am one of many Black students, which I don't think would be the case if I had gone to BLS. I have 2 other siblings, a brother who is 10 and a sister who is 7. We hope that at least one of my siblings comes to the O'Brien, but we live in Grove Hall. Getting to OB now is not that hard. I can take the 45, the 23, the 28, and even the 15. But if the school moves to West Roxbury, my mom is going to rank BLA and BLS over O'Brien for my siblings. I think many parents in Mattapan, Dorchester, East Boston, Hyde Park, and Roxbury feel the same way. If OB moves to West Roxbury, the O'Brien will be less of value for families in these neighborhoods. Instead, parents in these neighborhoods will choose BLS and BLA, and the O'Brien will lose what it's known for, its diversity. Now you might think, hey, that's not so bad. BLS will become more diverse than it is. But BLS, in my opinion, doesn't know how to spotlight students of color the way I feel O'Brien does. Our school has a Hispanic Heritage Month celebration, a Black History Month showcase, an Asian night, and clubs that represent every culture and community in Boston. Keep us diverse and keep us in Roxbury. Keep us OB.
Our next speaker is Aaliyah Mahmood, followed by Alejandra Mosquera and Johnny Nguyen. Is Aaliyah with us? Oh.
All good. Thank you. Thank you to the students. Thank you.
Evening.
I greet you with peace. My name is Aaliyah Mahmood. I now live in Quincy, and I am a mathematics teacher at the John D. O'Brien School. Here, I have familial history of local politics. My aunt, the first Black female state representative, Doris Bunty, was friends with and fought alongside her comrade, Mr. John D. O'Brien. Here, I have faith and cultural history of transformative minds. My mom, from Harlem, served as transcription secretary when Boston was visited by young Malcolm X before his pilgrimage and evolution to Malik Alhaj Shabazz. Born, raised, and having witnessed the beauty and struggles of this very integrated community, I am proud that our school stands on the dignified history of Brother Malcolm's transformation and the vision for public education of Mr. John O'Brien. Because I grew up with models of commitment to community, Sam at the Hawthorne House, Mel and his tech center, the Garvey Center right across the street from us, I am compelled to wonder why. I wonder why the district and the mayor are doing anything other than brokering an effective partnership with our neighbors at Madison Park High School. And I wonder why, and this is most hurtful, that the district and the mayor would consider even betraying the youth and families of this community. Many of us from Roxbury consider this question even a betrayal. I've heard if the O'Brien goes, well, then there goes the neighborhood. Is that the goal? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alejandra Mosquera. Thank you. Johnny Nguyen. Liza Kagwa McAllister. She'll be followed by Dinah Shepard and Paulina Papagiannis.
Thank you. I'm Lisa Kagwa McAllister, a parent of a current 6th grader and OB 8th grader. Anshin Moreno from the mayor's office claims that it's skewed to say most OB parents are not against the move. I'm not sure where she's getting her data. This proposal to move our school to a remote location with limited transportation already has parents thinking of transferring their middle school students. Since the mayor and superintendent said both OB and the community on June 6th, there has been a grand total of 1 community meeting and 1 tour for parents of the rec. Did you know that parents, educators, and community members were the ones that had to request a public hearing on the proposal? Did you know that information about the hearing was not sent out through BPS channels, not even OB's own communications? BPS is not engaging us in languages other than English, despite the fact that half of our O'Brien students come from families where their English is not their first language. It looks ridiculous for BPS to claim that it's using its racial equity planning tool when it's clearly stepping over actual stakeholder engagement. Step 3. Speaking with Chief Stanislaus recently at the REC, I got the impression that BPS's guarantee for keeping OB equitable and diverse is the exam school admissions policy. That assumption is flawed on 2 counts. The admissions policy does nothing to alleviate the terrible costs families of color will bear to attend the school. Those kids will have less sleep, less opportunities to engage, and less parental involvement with the school so far away. Many parents will choose to spare their children and not send their kids to OB. Second, the admissions policy itself is always under attack, so there's no guarantee that it will be able to persist with the goal of keeping the school equitable and diverse to each of Boston's neighborhoods. Finally, this idea that a commuter rail stop on the Needham line will fix the transportation issue is misguided. If it happens, such a stop will predominantly advantage Boston's gentrified neighborhoods and predominantly white neighborhoods. Beacon Hill, the Back Bay, South End, Fenway, even JP and Rosendale, and of course, 3 stops in West Roxbury. Everyone else, including East Boston, Dorchester, Mattapan, Brighton, Allston, will still have to take another bus or train to get to a community rail stop.
Excuse me, Liza.
Whether you intend to or not, that's my last line. Whether you intend to or not, this BPS Green New Deal is sounding more like BPS's White New Deal.
Hey, everybody. My name is Dinah Shepherd. I'm an OB parent. My son has been there since 7th grade and he's now in the 10th grade. We chose OB as our first choice because so many people that I love and trust that live in Roxbury told me it's Boston's best kept secret. We also chose it because when we came to visit, we noticed every adult seemed to know every student and they all seemed to know each other's families as well. I have been impressed by the candor of the superintendent's staff, as well as members of the school committee that I've spoken with. Across the board, there seems to be an understanding and an acceptance that the rollout of this proposal did not go well. Many community members, students, families, and teachers were shocked and confused, but I do appreciate your desire to get it right. We have heard you ask, where are the other families? We don't want to hear the same voices, and neither do we. So we're here today to ask that you ensure that the district send home a paper ballot to OB parents in English, Mandarin, Spanish, Cape Verdean Creole, Vietnamese, Haitian Creole, and Somali, asking them, 1, their neighborhood, 2, whether they would prefer to keep OB local or move the school to the renovated West Roxbury site. 3, whether they would be more or less likely to send a younger child to the O'Brien if the O'Brien were to move to West Roxbury. We ask that the district organizes hybrid town hall meetings for families to ask questions of the district and the city about this proposal. We ask that the city use its own racial equity framework to assess whether this move will disproportionately impact low-income families and families of color. We ask the mayor and the superintendent to show up to the upcoming city council hearing on this proposed move to answer the many questions raised by this proposal. Thank you and big love to Chairperson Robinson.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Paulina Papayanis, and this is my 10th year teaching at the O'Brien. I love this school. The city has proposed relocating our school to the westernmost corner of West Roxbury, and last week the city released its transportation plan. The solution, their solution, is the same one the city used back in the 80s and 90s to get kids to West Roxbury High, yellow school buses. But as we've heard tonight, these yellow school buses are not an equitable transportation solution for working class families or families in neighborhoods like East Boston. What makes our current location so important is that students and families have multiple transportation options throughout the whole day. Moving our school to West Roxbury will increase tardiness, absences, and truancy. It'll decrease parent engagement and communication between school and home. The second problem with these yellow buses is they're actually not allowed on West Roxbury Parkway. The Department of Conservation and Recreation prohibits yellow buses from using the road. The third problem with these yellow buses is that they are expensive. You'll notice that in the city's transportation plan, there's no mention of cost. What's it going to take to bus kids out to a location that's almost in Dedham every single day for the next 50 years? That's a huge expense, both in carbon and in cost. All of this is why the city stopped using yellow buses to get kids to the West Roxbury Education Complex back in the 2000s. Those yellow buses were replaced with a shuttle bus that ran from Forest Hills to the school in the morning and back again in the afternoon. The reality is that busing will once again get too expensive, so they'll cut all these bus routes just like they did before. The solutions the district has provided are not really solutions. The only real solution is to keep the O'Brien in Roxbury where it belongs. Thank you.
Materials that Ms. Sullivan has given you.
Good evening. My name is Aparna Lakshmi, and this is my 10th year teaching at the O'Brien. Last month, the ceiling began falling in 4 basement classrooms at OB. So we absolutely need a renovated state-of-the-art campus, and so does Madison Park. The final version for the city's proposal for renovating Madison Park was due in August. It's October, and it still hasn't been released. But if you look at the most recent draft of the Madison redesign proposal, you can see that all the proposals on the table leave buildings 3, 5, and 6 available for another school. Option 2 leaves buildings 2, 3, 5, and 6 available for another school. So we immediately see a simple alternative to moving the O'Brien to West Roxbury. Our current campus is 1 million square feet of viable, buildable land. None of it is swamp. What we need to do is renovate buildings 2 and 3 at our current location and totally redesign buildings 5 and 6, turning them into multi-story buildings with new labs and new music rooms and new windows. This is a far less expensive option in both the short term and the long term than renovating the West Roxbury Education Complex. The logistics here are not rocket science. For 4 years, you'll need to house O'Brien middle schoolers at the old Timothy and O'Brien high schoolers at the old Cleveland. The district will have to renovate and redesign the O'Brien and Madison campuses, moving Madison students from wing to wing as construction progresses. This simple plan will cut costs and keep both schools in Roxbury. Keeping our school in Roxbury means we would continue to serve students from every single neighborhood in the city. We would continue to be a racially and socioeconomically diverse exam school. We would continue to have meaningful partnerships with dozens of colleges, laboratories, and community organizations. If you want to do something with the rec, you can put a K-8 there. You can put the police academy there. You can build veteran housing there. There are lots of great uses for that building, but not a high school. Doesn't make sense.
Our next speaker is John Mudd, followed by Kathleen Chardevoine, Krista McKee, and Francis Pena.
My name is John Mudd. I'm a resident of Cambridge and a longtime education advocate in Boston. Inclusion now apparently includes English learners and English learners with disabilities, according to BPS's OMME plan and inclusive education plan that were submitted to DESE on October 2nd, a couple of weeks ago. BPS is planning to double down on an English immersion strategy that state and BPS MCAS evidence shows has failed 90% of English learners and English learners with disabilities. As far as I can see, you as a full committee are allowing this policy to be implemented without publicly debating or providing some kind of authentic public engagement in your decision-making. And you are doing it with the knowledge that the ELL task force, your advisory task force on this issue, has strongly opposed moving in this direction, since the evidence is that it will harm children, probably for life. The reports from BPS say that DESE and DOJ say that BPS is grouping native language students, and this raises compliance issues and may segregate English learners from English-speaking peers. But BPS has never proposed developing TBE programs to the state, transitional bilingual education programs, which the state's own guidance calls for grouping. The Education Task Force members have repeatedly offered to go with BPS to DESE or DOJ to address this issue before BPS implements this immersion policy. I hope you will call to question on this plans as you discuss the inclusion education plan later tonight, and tell the superintendent that you question or disagree with the proposed direction, and tell her to halt implementation until there can be public hearings and meetings with DESE to prevent the evidence about native language for these students. Thank you for hearing me.
Good evening. I'm Kathleen Chardwoin. I'm a BPS parent from Charlestown. Tonight, I'm here to advocate for greater transparency in the exam school admissions process, given the district's reluctance to address the known flaws in the policy. I have 3 requests. Number 1, stop comparing Boston's policy to Chicago's. In Chicago, every student in the city has access to 47.5% of exam school seats. In Boston, that percent is 12.5%. And those students have to compete on a playing field that is not level because the majority of students are awarded bonus points. As a result, Chicago is not shutting out straight A students who score in the top 10% on the admissions exam, as Boston does in tier 7 and 8. My second request is to update the exam school website to include the minimum cutoff scores by tier for each exam school. Chicago publishes these scores, which is how I know they're not shutting out the top achievers. Families in tier 7 and 8 deserve transparency. They deserve to know what they're up against, the ridiculously high scores that their students are required to meet to have any chance at an exam school. Likewise, families in tiers 1 to 5 would benefit from knowing that their children don't actually need a very high score to access an exam school. Scores in the 60s and 70s are just fine for admission in those tiers. Finally, stop over-inviting students to the exam schools when you have a wait list. This year, 456 students were invited to BLS, only 424 enrolled, yet the wait list has not moved. The district has stated that transparency is critical to its mission, but with these major gaps, they are falling short. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Krista McKee. I am the mother of a 7th grader at O'Brien. I sit here to speak about the proposed move and with one additional data point. My son was also an unintended consequence of the exam school policy. Luckily, we were given the nugget of advice that is a well-kept secret in Boston, that the O'Brien is a great school. And we took that advice and we are there, and we can't be happier that we are there because it is a fabulous school. But I also look at the school and I see a very strong science kid, STEM kid, and he's in a school with science in its name without a respectable science lab in sight. He's in a school with excellent teachers, but inadequate facilities. He's in a school that is capable of sharing those teachers with many, many more kids across Boston, but they do not have the adequate facilities to do so. Second point about my son is he is in 7th grade. He could end up in West Roxbury one day, and he is very excited. And I will tell you why he's very excited. Not because he's excited about the commute. The commute triples for us. But what he is excited about is being in a leading STEM school in the state of Massachusetts, which makes it a leading STEM school in the world. And he's excited for himself, he's excited for his friends, and he really wants that opportunity. He also is not afraid. I will say there is a lot of misinformation at O'Brien right now amongst the community in regard to commute times. I stand here saying that diversity is incredibly important. Commute times and access is incredibly important. And the city has a very high bar in that it needs to get this right. And I will be one of the voices that will be pushing for the city to get this right. But my son, through his elementary school career, did commute out into the suburbs on a bus that was directed to the school that had a few stops, but similar to the thinking at O'Brien. And actually that commute is, with the distance being tripled, it's very much not substantially different than what the future would be. And it's optimized because he's allowed to be on a bus with his friends, as opposed to his option now, which is on a city train as a seventh grader with strangers by himself. And so I know I'm a different voice. I'm a different voice who supports all the voices from O'Brien that have preceded me. But I do think we owe our students the best schools that they can have. And this committee should give it to them, even if it's in West Roxbury. Thank you.
Next speaker is Francis Pena, followed by Keisha Santana and Monica Borgita.
All right. Good evening, Boston School Committee members, Chair, Superintendent Skipper, and the broader BPS community. My name is Francis Pena. I'm a John D. O'Brien class of 2005 alum, current BPS educator, current resident of Malden, former resident of Dorchester, and I'm speaking in support of relocating the O'Brien School to the West Roxbury Education Complex. I support this endeavor because it is a chance to provide the gold standard students of the O'Brien with a gold standard facility. A chance to rectify the lingering pain and trauma that resulted from moving Boston Tech from its own building on Townsend into an annex of another school under a new but respectable name that took way too long to get a proper front entrance. I also support this endeavor because some of the logistical challenges that have been lifted up now have been addressed with some drafted solutions. One, the MBTA supports the building of a new station along the Needham line for the new location, hopefully with more frequency trains. Two, BPS is proposing 9 shuttle bus hubs with direct shuttles to the new location to operate during times that help students arrive on time, get home after participating in after-school activities and programs. And 3, the relocation will not happen next year or the following year, so we have time to collaborate and work these and any other logistics out that arise. While I have spoken of my support, it is not without concerns. Concerns I hope collaborators of the Boston Tech and O'Brien community can come together to honestly discuss without judgment, to troubleshoot, determine next steps, and iterate based on outcomes and data. Discussions that need to include current students, their families, recent graduates, and not so recent graduates, and the West Roxbury community in the same room. Discussions about the historical and current racial pains, traumas, and animosity between the West Roxbury community and the diversity of Boston. Only together can we ensure this process is collaborative, student-centered, and centered around the greatest asset of John D. O'Brien, its rich, diverse student population. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Keisha Santana.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Keisha Santana. I graduated from the John D. O'Brien back in 2017 and currently reside in Brighton. I would describe my OB experience as the most crucial experience in my development simply because of all the years I spent in the school. I entered in 7th grade, and at the time I resided in Mission Hill, just a short 10-minute walk from school. In high school, I started to get more involved with sports. I played volleyball, basketball, and softball. I was very much into music and participated in Zoomix, which is based in East Boston, and the Berklee College of Music High School Academy program, which is, as you know, in the Copley area. Roxbury has always been home to me, and I spent the majority of my life there, and I'm very happy with the unique experience OB was able to offer myself at the time, which is why I preferred it over all the other exam schools. I share my experience as a student to say that the accessible T-stops in the areas allowed for my after-school activities to be possible, and that the rich culture of Roxbury has to offer contributed to my middle and high school experience. When I found out the news about the O'Brien potentially moving to West Roxbury, I was a little skeptical with the pitch. I wasn't able to picture how the logistics would work and what this would mean for the future of OB. Through conversation with the BPS team, fellow alumni, community members, and actually visiting the facility, I was able to reimagine what the OB experience looked like. The way I see the future of OB is a school my peers and I used to only dream of. I think back to the positive experiences I had as a student, but also recognize that our schools need to be invested in order to give our students the same fair opportunities our suburban and private schools have to offer. I am very excited to see the O'Brien receive a new facility that the students truly deserve and hope engagement continues so we can be intentional on how we improve shaping our youth's futures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for giving me the possibility to speak. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Monica Borghida, and I'm a parent, a BPS parent of Charlestown. It is not my first time testifying. Maybe you remember me from 2 weeks ago, but I will keep coming back until I see progress and the continuation of this conversation about how we can make the admission policy for the exam schools better and more equitable for everyone. In the past 2 weeks, I've been thinking about what I heard 2 weeks ago during the committee meeting about the exam schools and the compromise that was made, unintended consequences that we heard about tonight. I was very proud of these students. And I was very curious. During these 2 weeks, I went back to the charge that you received as a school committee, and I was looking at your responsibility and your commitment to adopt, review, and ultimately change, right? Modify the policies. When you see that through the policies, you cannot support sound operations, these are the words in your website, of all schools and for all students. So I went back and again, I put a lot of weight and a lot of value on all of these words. And I don't see action. I don't see commitment, right, to that. If you continue the reading of, again, the charge and the website, you can hear about what we mean for sound operations, transparent communication, involvement, engagement, and especially the idea that you want to be intentional in the goals and the impact that you make. So when we hear this compromise, when we hear that there are clear flaws in the policy, right, and we had evidence tonight, we have a lot of data that we can share and go back and study. We don't need 3 more years of waiting. We do not have that time. I think that you can change lives now, and that is your ultimate responsibility and commitment. I highly respect you, and I value your work. Thank you so much for listening to us.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gretchen Nash, followed by Valerie Copeland.
Hi, my name's Gretchen Nash, and my oldest son graduated from the OB in 2021, and my youngest is currently a junior. We also chose the O'Brien over the other 2 schools for many reasons. As a current parent, I received no communication or requests for feedback indicating whether intentional or not that my opinion didn't matter. To find out that school staff and administration were also not consulted was a further disappointment. My kids have thrived at the OB due to the great friends they have made and the teachers and staff who represent the entire city. The diversity of their friendships cannot be understated as is one of the reasons we love the school. With faculty and staff from all over the world, the OB lives diversity, equity, and inclusion organically without the need to develop specific programming the way other institutions do. I believe every student has at least one professional they can relate to and see themselves in. The West Roxbury location, did I say I'm from West Roxbury? I'm from West Roxbury, is hard to access. The VFW Parkway is a nightmare. It's congested and dangerous with one entrance and exit at the school, forcing traffic in one direction, requiring U-turns. By T, you either catch an infrequent bus from Forest Hills or get the commuter rail and walk. The commute is long and walking across the parkway is dangerous. At a recent coffee hour at the OB, a mother asked if anyone knew how she could get to the tour since she didn't have a car. Shame that you did not offer a bus for that tour and have people meet at the OB and have people shuttled there. That tells me that you will not get families from places like East Boston to school events,
20
not to mention
seconds.
how long it would take a kid to get home after sports and extracurriculars. Teachers use the city as a classroom, taking kids on the T, walking to visit colleges, companies, museums. My oldest was in Squash Busters and walked from school to the location at Northeastern, where the majority of participants are from the OB. I wish we had better facilities and state-of-the-art resources, but not at the expense of the identity of the school. Build a school in West Roxbury, but please don't call it the O'Brien.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Valerie Copeland.
Good evening. So although Roxbury has suffered great population loss in the current history, it still is a neighborhood that's predominantly Black. West Roxbury continues to be a neighborhood that's 70 to 75% white. I am Boston bred. I went to school during busing and I was bused from Mattapan to West Roxbury. It was not fun. Boston, although celebrates diversity, it still is one of the most segregated, racially segregated cities in this country. And to take children from an environment that is familiar and comfortable, where they can walk and get a samosa in a neighborhood with a street that's called Malcolm X Boulevard, that has paintings and murals that reflect who they are, and to put them into West Roxbury, which is a very cold and stale environment, that's how I experienced it, is not fair to them. Can we have excellence in Roxbury? Can we have something in our community that reflects the greatness of what O'Brien was about, making sure that Black children, children of color, and children who were traditionally disadvantaged would have access to excellence in their community in an environment that was affirming for them. We know that all research shows that it's not just about science and mathematics, but it is also about environment. It is also about being in an environment that reflects who you are and reflects back to you that you are great. And so my concern of them going to West Roxbury is I remember missing the school bus and having to navigate my way on the T in West Roxbury. It was not a good experience. And so when we had a young woman who says that her family or people in her community didn't want her going to Roxbury because it was dangerous, do we really want to send our children to a place where people consider them dangerous? Let's keep them in their community where they can be affirmed and they can be in an environment that reflects the excellence that John D. O'Brien wanted for them.
Thank you. That concludes our first hour of testimony. The remaining speakers will have an opportunity to testify at the end of the meeting. Back to you, Chair.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. We're going to start something new tonight. I think I discussed this at our last meeting. We're going to take a 5-minute break before we start the meeting of the evening. So take a 5-minute break and members can, yeah. Pardon me? Yeah, back here at what time?
7:50.
7:50.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
I will now invite Mike Saban, Executive Director of District and School Transformation, to please step forward with the presentation. While he's getting settled, well, you are settled, sorry. I'd like to invite the superintendent to give opening remarks.
Thank you, Chair. Mike is very settled and ready. So first of all, I'm proud of the work that Mike and the team are doing to support our transformation schools. As a reminder, this is a quarterly update and it provides an opportunity to do a few things. One, share additional analysis of MCAS data, share the strategy that we're planning to accelerate growth in transformation schools, and budget investments in the transformation schools. In the subsequent quarterly updates that'll happen throughout this year, you'll continue to hear about the progress aligned to student outcomes and the bright spots, highlighting the work happening in our transformation schools. Just as we did last spring, we will again be providing a more in-depth update to the committee this spring on our transformation schools year to year. So with that, I will turn it over to Mike Saban.
Thank you. Superintendent Skipper, Chair Robinson, school committee members, thank you for the opportunity to share the work we're doing to support our BPS transformation schools. I'm Mike Saban. I'm the director of the Transformation Office. And before starting my presentation, I would like to just thank and recognize our BPS student commenters for their engagement and their advocacy. And in my role, I look forward to encouraging our wonderful transformation school students to share their voices in the future. And it's important that they know we want to hear from them and their voices matter to us. This evening, I will share some updates on the progress in our transformation schools during the past year, building on the MCAS presentation that you saw 2 weeks ago. I will also share some updates on our improvement strategy and on our budget commitments to these schools. Before diving into the performance data, I want to clarify the roster of transformation schools. Transformation is the term that BPS uses to describe schools that have been identified by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education as requiring assistance or intervention. The 28 schools in the column on the left received transformation support, full support for the full year last year, and are the schools we will use when we examine school performance in a few minutes. During the course of the last school year, 4 more schools were added to the transformation list based on 2022 accountability ratings, the middle column, and 7 schools are being added this fall based on the recently released 2023 ratings. Our school demographics slide is updated to reflect current enrollment. We can see that our transformation school student population is over 95% high need students, significantly higher than non-transformation schools. We are working to ensure that every one of these students has a great educational experience in their BPS school. And you will hear later this evening about increasing inclusion, one of the ways that the district is working on systems to ease this concentration of high need students in certain classrooms and certain schools. The big question we want to address this evening is the strategy being used to accelerate improvement in our transformation schools working? Are these schools and their students showing progress? First, we will examine some data. Then I will briefly review the strategy itself, which we spoke about last spring. The slide in front of you compares the state data for transformation schools from 2 years ago with last year. We can see that our schools improved in 10 of 14 areas, as highlighted in green. Improvement in non-high schools is most notable, encompassing growth in ELA and math, language arts and math, access growth and progress toward targets for English learners, and improved attendance. We also examined the growth data from last year by student subgroup, looking for patterns of higher and lower achievement within the transformation schools. we can see that students with disabilities have the lowest rate of growth in both ELA and math. All other transformation subgroups show low average growth. A gap with non-transformation schools still remains. School accountability percentiles show a more promising picture. These percentiles, ranging from 1 to 99, are assigned to every school in Massachusetts each year. They are based on a formula that takes into account student achievement, growth, attendance, and several other factors. BPS schools become transformation schools when they are given an accountability percentile at or below 10. The graph in front of you shows the changes in accountability percentile over the past year for the schools receiving our full regional and transformation office supports. We can see that 15 of the 26 transformation schools, or 58%, showed improvement in their percentile. While more progress is certainly needed, this improvement shows that our strategy is having a positive effect. To put this in context and to respond to some specific school committee requests, I am prepared to share, if you like, the accountability percentile for specific transformation schools as requested. I will also say these percentiles for all BPS and all Massachusetts schools can be found publicly available on the school profile page of the DESE website. This graph is another way to examine the impact of our improvement strategy. 58% of transformation schools improved their accountability percentile over the past year, as represented on the previous slide and on the top bar on this chart. We examined a comparison group of the 21 BPS schools with accountability percentiles at or below 20. These schools did not receive the package of transformation supports. We can see that only 38% of these schools showed improvement. We take this to further suggest that our support strategy is having a positive impact and should be strengthened and perhaps extended. To summarize, we see evidence of progress in the majority of transformation schools, particularly in comparison with schools who are not receiving the same supports. This information encourages us to expand our current support system. We are definitely aware of the need for more comprehensive work in the areas of academics and attendance, particularly at the secondary level. We can also see that the division of schools should expand targeted support for non-transformation schools with accountability percentiles below 20. Elements of our overall improvement strategy are again summarized here. This year, we will continue to support school-based improvement planning through the Quality School Plan. We are prioritizing skillful implementation of high-quality curriculum in every classroom and have increased the coordination of our instructional coaches. The gaps we continue to see in student attendance, student performance, and student growth are unacceptable. We are dedicated to closing them, and the signs of progress that I just shared motivate us to further deepen our support for our high-needs schools and students. Before closing, I want to review the specific budgetary supports that are being made to our transformation schools, on top of the significant support commitments that are made to all BPS schools. You can see here that additional funding prioritizes instructional coaching, teacher leadership, and additional transformation office support. Not reflected here, but probably the most important BPS commitment is the expansion of the regional networks that provide extensive and preferential support to our transformation schools. I thank you all for your support for our schools, and I look forward to your questions and to reporting our progress throughout the school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Saban, for that report, and I'll now open it up to the questions from members, giving everyone 7 minutes. Who would like to begin?
I will.
You will? I don't know.
Oh, go
Who's
ahead.
ready?
No,
Yeah.
I'll wait then, please.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Steve. No, I have a couple of questions, but one that's particularly burning. I'm wondering what your office is particularly thinking about why the current level of supports are not necessarily working for Black students as opposed to the other groups that you've seen in terms of the improvements.
Mhm. Mhm.
I'm gonna go back to the achievement gap slide. I'm hesitating to respond because I'm seeing that our Black students have low growth in mathematics particularly, and I'm noticing that there. I'm not noticing the same pattern in literacy. So I'm thinking about what might be causing that difference. And so I think it would be better for me not to answer a simplistic answer for that one subgroup, other than to say that with each school and across the network, we're really trying to dive into this data for every grade level and for every student subgroup to look for the patterns at that particular school and address that. The quality school plans that schools ask for them to target specific subgroups. And so I think there are different gaps at different schools. Some are more focused on students with disabilities, others on English learners or Latino students or on Black students. So closing those gaps is a top priority. And I'm not sure I see that as the single strongest pattern. So not fully prepared to give a pat answer to that.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh, you're right.
Thank you for your presentation and for the information. Can you elaborate more, a little bit more if you can, in terms of like, what is the attendance support? Like, what are these schools doing that are impacting, our kids to actually get to school and be present and participate? Is there like examples that you can show or
Yeah,
highlight?
thank you for that question. Attendance is a real challenge all around the country right now, and something we're working on a lot. And multiple strategies need to be put in place to impact this, and we're continuing to ramp up our strategies. I think and every school improvement plan has a section dedicated to attendance, and they also have support from the transformation office and from other offices in BPS. Each school will have an attendance team. That was optional in the past. It's mandated for our schools now. That is overseeing the implementation of the plan. And a few key points. One is that one is a focus on belonging and engagement. Students have to want to be in school. They have to be cared about and know that they're part of the school community. So part of it is to work on sense of belonging, sense of engagement, and connections with students and families. There also have to be systems for taking attendance, for reaching out immediately to families, for providing increasing supports from family liaisons or from social workers, or even in conjunction with medical care. So a tiered support system that focuses on strong sense of belonging and engagement for everyone, and then ramps up supports for students and families with attendance struggles is the overall strategy. And then to monitor that throughout the year and make adjustments based on how it's working. We've seen some of our schools make very significant attendance improvements in the past year, others not as much, and we're working to learn from the schools. This data summarizes 30 schools. Some have made great progress, some haven't. In general, K-8 schools have improved more, and secondary schools are struggling, and we're really working to increase our supports and collaboration with the secondary schools.
If available, would be good to kind of see the schools, like which schools are doing good, and not just for attendance, but all the elements that are in the slides, just to have a better, like, specific understanding of like I'm very much interested, for example, at Burke, to understand a little bit how we are working there to make it better.
We will make sure, that's been a request that we will make sure to meet. If we aren't talking specifically to each school in the next presentation, we'll make sure that we've provided data that's easy to read on each of the schools.
That would be good, especially for the schools that we do see that there's a lot of students that come from a disadvantaged background. I mean, I understand why Dr. Alkins Jr. asked that particular question. Like, those are one of the populations that we are interested to understand, like why we're not seeing an improvement. So my feedback is to maybe come a little bit prepared for that.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you for that.
I'm chewing, but I will go because all eyes on me. One, thank you for the presentation and the work that you're doing. I guess I'll start. I was the one who asked for the school by school breakdown. And I asked for it last time. So I just think anytime we're talking about a subset of schools, I think it just like behooves us to look at this, to talk about the schools as unique schools and not in a category. And I also think, you know, circling back to the earlier conversation tonight, that's how we always do exam schools. We just had an exam school presentation and we looked at each individual school and made sure everyone felt good about the impact on diversity at the school. And I think we tried to scratch a lot of itches by going one by one with those schools. And we just aren't doing that in the conversations I've been here. And so I really hope we start talking about the successes that we're seeing and also having real honest conversations about where we're not seeing growth. I guess the question that I have, if I'm understanding this right, anything below 50%, anything below 50% is not average growth, correct?
Correct.
So if we're on slide 5, I think, like, I see how we're doing this comparison, but given the transformation status of the lowest performing schools in the state, they wouldn't just need comparable growth. We would actually have to have accelerated growth for it to be real progress, right? To really be narrowing opportunity gaps. And this is where I feel like, not that you're being deceptive, but I think like we're patting ourselves on the back for something that isn't totally true, right? Like for this to be a real win, we would have to see greater growth at these schools than their peer schools that are not in transformation. And so like that for me it's like hard as I'm like reading this now, because I'm like, maybe I just don't see it in the landscape in relationship to the other schools. But to a actual question, how, I guess, are we using the flexibilities that we get from the state in thinking about sort of different experiences at these schools? And if I don't know, I'm not the guy who understands this nuance, but whether that's around scheduling or sort of whatever the flexibilities that are allowed, right? That come with state law given transformation, like how are we using that and what's the play? Because what I'm seeing in strategy, which is great strategy, is also similar to what we talked about last time we were together. Like they're also just like good school system strategies. Like this is what good school systems do to support schools. But how are we taking advantage of what the opportunity of transformation allows given the flexibility?
Thank you.
I landed that plane, sorry.
No, great comments and a great question. If you don't mind, I'll briefly respond to your comments as well as your question. So in terms of individual schools, we look forward to sharing that with you, but I want to reassure you that this summary data, it really is not what matters most. It is the individual school data, and the schools are very different from each other, and all of our work with them is very individualized, and we look at that data every day. So it's more a question of choosing the right way to share this with you in the upcoming presentation. But I just want to reassure you that that is how we're thinking about it every day. In terms of growth over 50, you're completely right. To close achievement gaps, growth has to be over 50 for multiple years in a row. And that's what we have to aspire to in every high needs school in the city. When we look at individual schools, we'll see that some of them are there, and those are some of the ones that have shown the greatest improvement in accountability percentiles. But our goal and all of our expectations should be that the network of transformation schools has growth over 50. And that's what we have to keep working on our strategy until that is the case. In terms of flexibilities, that is a challenging question because the state laws in Massachusetts changed from the days of turnaround. And now transformation is more of just a label, but not a status. It's our own term for this, but there no longer are having an aggressive intervention where flexibilities are added. So the schools in transformation range from completely typical schools with no flexibilities to schools with a very high level of flexibility. And we're working with each school to maximize their use of the flexibilities that they have. We also have a lot of flexibility as a district. So even for a school that doesn't have autonomy, we can still innovate in supporting that school. And that is the approach we're trying to take. And then finally, you asked about good system strategies, and you made a similar comment in the last meeting, and I understand you've worked with this type of school. I agree with that, but schools with concentrations of our highest need students and sometimes with teacher and leadership turnover can lose some of the structures and strategies that they need. And rebuilding those and sustaining those over years will result in accelerated growth. And then once we've rebuilt those, starting to ask the question, what's next? And continuing to ask what's next will lead to those more sophisticated strategies. But the first thing is to rebuild the stability, the strong instruction in every classroom, the strong teacher in every classroom. And many of the schools have that. If a school doesn't, that's our starting point.
Just one follow-up question. Which of the flexibilities for the schools who get them from the state are we enacting and seeing and connecting greater performance growth to?
That is a really good question. I don't think I was a transformation or turnaround principal before. And I think what I valued most in that role was extra time and staffing flexibility.
Yep.
The district has changed a lot in the last 10 years to where our staffing flexibilities are very high for all schools now. And extra time in the post-COVID time is not as desirable a strategy as it was before, because it's hard for students and staff, I think, to make use of that. So I think we're in a new period of figuring out what are the most powerful levers. We are betting most on very high quality curriculum delivered with very skillful instructors. That's the thing we're focusing on most, and we're providing the most coaching support and attention to our transformation schools in what's going on in the classroom.
Thank you.
I just have one comment, Chair, because I think this is a critical question on two levels. I think one is if we link back to think about when schools exit turnaround, we have a couple of examples of schools on this list who are now back on transformation who had been turnaround. And I think this is driving our decision to continue to support and keep in place the supports, including budget, for those who have now exited turnaround, recognizing that if you do not support them for an extended period of time, the same structures slip back, right? I think the other nuance that it's not a nuance, so I don't want it to be lost, is that we're changing the strategy of the support of 0 to 10 to include the 11 to 20. And I think to your point about, we can start to see when a school in multiple years is going in the wrong direction. You see it in the SGP and you see it in other indicators. That is the time to interrupt. It is not to wait until they get a designation. So I think this is really key. And I think, one data point we don't have is if we were not doing what we're doing for these schools, what would they look like? What would their SGPs look like, right? So it's hard on the value added piece because they're all at different stages of actually having the system strong enough to where you get traction and you start making movement. And I think the individual school data will show that. I think as Mike had pointed out, there were 4 or 5 schools for whom they're actually showing really good growth, right? By us being able to put those supports and systems now for a couple of years in place. So I think we are on to the right system and solution set. We need to stay that course and learn from it, which is what we're doing with the 11 and 20. And I also think we need to, for those that come out of what I would say is intensive care, which is turnaround or transformation, we need to continue to support until there's enough years data in a direction to know that they have the momentum and the structure to continue that work, if that makes sense.
It totally makes sense. I guess there's two things. It's like, it's a yes and. It's like yes to all of that. And there are innovations that rapidly excel progress. We sadly, and this is like not a Boston or Massachusetts problem, this is like a national problem, right? Like we often rely on the state to give that flexibility to that we know can create change, flexible student schedules, right? Like the shifting and of how we use teachers in a school, all of those things. And I guess I am curious, like, and maybe this is for our next presentation, like schools that have greater flexibility, are any of those strategies working? And then as a district, we have the right to grant those flexibilities. Like, are there certain flexibilities that we're seeing accelerate progress that we then want to offer to other schools who may
Yes.
need a different type of support?
Yes, I mean, this is the truth of autonomy in general, right? There's very little we can't offer, actually. But what I will say is that when, as a district, sometimes we have to be very aware that the very autonomies that are allowed, like in a case of, say, a turnaround, to turn that school around may actually create the same problem that existed in that school somewhere else.
Yeah.
And that's what I think we're really trying. I think inclusive education is, particularly at the secondary level, one of the things that's going to actually help that not to happen. But you're right, like we should be maximizing wherever we can the abilities of schools to use those levers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saban, for this presentation and some great questions from fellow members. So a couple of questions, and actually my question is going to be more for you, Superintendent, than Mr. Saban, if that's okay, because I'm kind of high level here and we're talking student outcomes, which always makes me happy that we're actually focused on that. But, when I look at this, so I want to make sure I have the numbers right. So we have 34 schools that are transformation now, right? Do I do that math correct?
No, there's more than that.
Well, it was
Excuse me.
23 from the first list,
Then 11 more.
not including the 4 who were off, plus 4, plus 7.
Yep, 28 from the first list, though.
But 4 came off.
Those four wonderful schools in green
Yep.
are success stories. They've risen well above state intervention. But we, as the superintendent was saying, we have not removed the supports.
I
And so
understand.
they're still under that umbrella, but
I'm sorry, I was going by the state listing. right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So 34, so I came up with 34. You're saying it's even more than that.
we're our office is involved with the initial 28 plus the 11 that have been added. So that's 39. But the state does not have that same count because those 4 have risen above. So the state would say
39 that we're
35.
providing supports to as a transformation school. And so I look at that number and it gives me pause.
Yes.
Right? For total number of our students, total number of our schools. And I look at the performance data and has been pointed out, it depends upon how you view it. There's some encouraging signs in it. There are some troubling signs in it. I look at the strategy. I look at the budget. And Superintendent, this is really a question for you. And I look at, by the way, 15 schools improved, but 8 declined. And we are going to see that school by school data. And I agree completely with the conversation that it is a school by school conversation. So that's worthwhile to see. But, when you say at the end here, the data conclusion, significant and troubling achieving gaps remain as an urgency for accelerated improvement in performance, growth, and attendance. And so Superintendent, I'm wondering your viewpoint on this of how it fits in with the rest of the things you're trying to do, the focus on transformation, which is a significant percentage of our schools and our students. What encourages you when you look at this? Maybe 1 or 2, to use your language from your superintendent's report, bright spots, right? But also we have a strategy, we have a budget, and we're not seeing rapid improvement. we're seeing improvement, but we're not seeing rapid improvement, and we're seeing some schools slipping.
Yeah.
So Superintendent, I'd love to hear from you.
Sure.
What are you concerned about? What are you watching? And by the way, and I'll make one more comment, then I'll stop. Mr. Saban, I appreciate your comments that to you and your team, the key focus is high quality curriculum and the professional development and having our students have high quality instruction in every classroom every day. That takes a while. We've had the presentation last week about equitable literacy. We had that conversation about it. We know the new curriculum that is in place and now the professional development that's being done. We know the work to get schools that have certain levels of autonomy to come along. So we had that conversation in our last meeting. But hearing from you, Mr. Saban, that curriculum is so important. Superintendent, talk to us from your perspective and from your team's perspective of what's working and what gives you concern.
Well, so I think what gives me concern is recovery in general, post-pandemic, and how slow it's been. Right. I think this is, whether it's NAEP data or whether it's, pretty much any data point you want within the state, you see a very slow recovery. And so I don't think it's surprising that we're recovering among the schools who are struggling the most, the slowest. I think what matters is for us to be able to look at the data trends and know as best we can, what are the interventions that we believe we should leverage more and be preventative in the sense of when we first see the data in those schools that fall to the 11 to 20% that have a couple of years of data going in the wrong direction. It's putting those pieces together that I think allows us to get a bit ahead of it, whereas before we've always been behind it. I also think there are multiple things we're doing right now in terms of equitable literacy, which is district-wide, that will be something that will help us across all the schools, which therefore are fewer schools eventually who will slide into this pattern. The high quality materials that we're rolling out, I think isn't just the bet on the transformation schools, it's a district-wide bet that is going to be critical for our students. The inclusive education that you'll hear about tonight is another. Because when you look at the concentration of students in the transformation schools, what really jumps out is the overexpression of special education students, the overexpression of multilingual learners, Black and Brown students. So it's really, this is why it can't be just about these schools. It has to be about a district solution. And I think that's really, frankly, what the state was pushing to us, but we were already beginning to work on. And I think what you're going to hear tonight in the inclusive education is that much of what Mike's been doing with the network will play out there. I also think in terms of something like our hub schools, when I think of attendance, there's a lot of power with the schools who are our hub schools who have a very intentional attendance strategy. And it is very much mirrored back and forth between transformation schools and hub. That is something we know we can spread to the rest of the district. So we're really, in some ways, using this group of schools to learn from as to what should be more universal, but also recognize that they need a lot more like kind of individualized attention right now until their structures are strong enough. One of the things you're going to hear in the inclusive ed plan tonight is about district structures and about the need to reevaluate them, to change them, so that they are actually supporting inclusive education. That has not been a conversation at the table before. And it's a needed conversation because, to my point earlier, I can think just at the high school level, there's 13 high schools that are on the transformation list. But I can think before of 2 or 3 things that we did for schools who were in a turnaround or transformation status that actually then transferred the problem to other high schools. And I see that in the data now from my time when I was here before to now. So we need to be very clear as a system, what we do in one place impacts another place. Action is action and reaction go hand in hand with energy, it transfers. So unless we completely redesign the system, all we do is move the problem. And that's what we cannot afford to do anymore. So that's why I think you're hearing in the work that we're attempting to do at the secondary level, certainly the work we're attempting to do in inclusive education, these are not ideas that have been tried here before, but they're ideas that actually disrupt the whole system in a positive way. And so I think that's what I'm after, because until we get there, we're just going to keep swapping schools back and forth on the list.
That was really helpful to me to hear your perspective of how this fits in with the overall strategy, as well as the acknowledgement of in the past, correcting here creates a problem there. And the fact that you're aware of it and proactive about it and bringing that to the attention of the team as you work on it is huge, because I have seen too many examples of trying to correct here creates a problem there. And I really appreciate that answer. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I appreciate what you just talked about, because that was part of what my question is, but and I was distressed to see that over the last 2 years, we've had 11 schools now joined that group, and glad to hear that you are putting the extra supports into schools, because that was part of my question, was how many more are on the verge or are slipping? But are there some of these supports that we should just be making district-wide period? Because, the issue is, how do we fix the problem or eliminate the problem permanently and not do this back and forth over and over again? You have support, you don't have support. If these are problems, and they are getting fixed with supports, it feels like everybody should have those supports to prevent or to have the slippage. The other thing, we talk a lot about quality of materials, et cetera, and training. Is there a gap in literally the quality of teaching? What is going on in classrooms? I mean, I haven't been in many classrooms this year, but in the past, I've gone into schools that have 2 fourth grade classrooms, and they're doing the same thing. One teacher has got the kids up and with her, and everything is going great. And you walk into another classroom, same curriculum, but there's no excitement, there's no engagement. And so we can say we've given everybody the same inputs in terms of, you've got it, this, but how do we look at what are the actual day-to-day teaching strategies that are helping kids who are struggling get excited, literally by being there, and helping to improve. And I am worried most about the kids who are, even with supports, who are not doing well. What do our Black boys need that, even with everything we've given them thus far, is still not giving them what they need? We have equitable literacy. What are they reading? Are they reading things that excite them and draw them in? It's all of that kind of stuff. So what are some of the strategies that we're doing that provide that difference and support for our kids who are most vulnerable?
So thank you for your question. And I'm glad you asked it, because I don't think I gave an adequate answer to your question before. So this gives me a chance to speak to that again. I think we know, both from just reading about education and also then looking at our own classrooms, that the biggest difference in student learning comes from the impact of the teacher. Teachers are amazingly important. I don't think we could say that there is an overall quality difference between transformation school teachers and not. Transformation schools are full of incredible teachers, and so are non-transformation schools. What we do know is that transformation schools have had higher teacher turnover, and that means our neediest students are having a churn of teachers, and we have to stop that. That is not going to work. And so, Dr. Atkins, what your question makes me think about is, who are the math teachers facing that subgroup of students? And are they as experienced, skilled, and as supported as the O'Brien teachers that we were talking about and hearing from earlier? And if not, how can we work as a system to support their growth, their recruitment, and make sure that every high need student in the system has great teachers in front of them? It's the most important thing we can do. It takes a lot to do that, though, because not only do we have to improve recruitment, we have to improve coaching, and we have to improve retention of those teachers in their schools. So it is very systemic work to bring the best teachers in, support their growth, and then give them the conditions, the leadership opportunities, and the collaboration that they need to want to stay. And there are just, I'm in those schools every day. There's amazing teachers in so many classrooms, but every classroom And every student has to have that. It's the single most important thing we can do to accelerate the growth. We're working a lot with the Office of Human Capital for this reason on recruitment, on licensure, and on hiring, because it's not just about coaching the school in this week and next week. It's about building a deep teaching staff of outstanding teachers.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any other questions before we move on?
Can I just ask two more? Oh,
sorry.
you asked
Okay, please.
first.
I know you touched on this earlier. It was about the hub schools.
Just get to your mic.
Mike, great. I know you touched on this early. I know you touched on this earlier. It was about the hub schools. I'm not saying how are we I mean, Boston is a city full of nonprofits. So how are we implementing community? I don't know the words, but how are we implementing community engagement, the nonprofits, all the resources that Boston has to offer? And I'm not saying we need to make every school hub school, though I know that is a plan. Or like, but those some of those strategies, how can we implement that?
Yeah. So this is an excellent question. I think my answer would be, I don't think we are yet. I think, Boston is a really unique place because of all of the resources, community, nonprofit, post-secondary, business. And I think one of the things we're doing right now is to work on deliberate strategies in each of those areas to bring them to schools. I think what the hub blueprint offers us is a mechanism for the community and having it be organic in the community, really working to talk about what they would like to see for their students, and their students say what they would like to see them for themselves, and then working through our partnerships division to make sure that we have partners available to support. But that is a process. We're building that back. The partnership team is incredibly motivated about this. And I think that, frankly, most of our Boston nonprofits communities want to figure out how to help us. The summer is a good example because we were able to add, almost 20 new partners for the summer programming that came from student ideas about what they want to do during the summer. So this will take a little bit of time, Diego, but you're right. This is a resource that has to be tapped for the positive output, right, of the students. I think in the transformation schools, this is one of the strategies, right, which is how do you maximize all of your time, your out of school time, your weekends, your summers as a benefit for the students, and which of those partnerships is going to be able to help the actual transformation school work on its particular goals. So, Dr. McIntyre is, heading the hub piece up with Renee, and I know there'll be some reporting out to school committee, but just know that this is a really, we see this as a big lever of change.
Two things, and then I'm wrapping. I guess first thing is, as you're thinking about and maybe this is more of a question for you, but as we're thinking about the issue with teacher retention and turnover at transformation schools and schools in general, but I'm thinking about our highest need schools and where we need consistency the most. Are we also thinking back to innovations and flexibility? Like, are we talking about like an incentive pay structure, retention bonuses, like the type of thing that keeps teachers there? And what is that looking like?
Yeah. So I think this is a multi-strategy. That is obviously one that we've actually employed in particular areas. I think at day's end, we have shown to be successful when we think out of the box about pipeline building. And so this is going to be a big one, particularly in the areas that we know are hard to hire and keep. So that would be our special education, our ESL certified teachers, our bilingual. We need to be paying explicit attention to hiring in every year as many bilingual staff as possible and tracking it so that we're monitoring it. So we will be using that. We're also in the process of working with some of the post-secondaries to develop pipeline programs and figuring out how to engage with our high school students as they graduate and they're looking for opportunities of how to be able to bring them aboard, since they actually are our most diverse and bilingual, you know, and many are bilingual. So this is a multi-strategy type of thing that we need to do. But, you know, some of this is early hiring, you know, like if we know we have high needs areas, we should be able to offer contract early.
Yeah.
For those positions, right? And have people make the commitment, so that we then can start working with those folks and establish what they need for training.
Yeah, it's a both and though, because it's like we're seeing that you can fill the positions, you just are having higher turnover. And so it's like, what can we do to keep people there? And money talks. And also, like, I don't know, philosophically, I believe you should be paid more to work in places that have the highest need because they create greater complexity. Kids are showing up with different issues and it's more complex work. And so folks should be rewarded. The last thing I have, only because I know also, I always ask this, and in our Green New Deal conversations, there are public conversations about system consolidation. How in the strategy of the system, and this is without pointing out a particular school, because we haven't been looking at school-specific data, but like, how does this fit in to the bigger conversation around the Green New Deal and high quality options, as well as just the reality budgetarily we're hitting a cliff and we have to begin to consolidate the system or we're not going to be able to keep the supports alive.
Right. So I think it's tied into in terms of rubric conversation, the student experience, you know, so it's really tied into what is part of the student experience in terms of the academic, the offerings, how schools are doing, the progress that they're making. So it's in there. It's not a direct one-to-one correlation because there are other things that sometimes are offsetting. You can have a high-performing school in a really low-scoring building and vice versa. So, but it is a factor that we're strongly looking at, and the school's ability to be able to offer, you know, back to the attendance. Like, I'm a firm believer that kids come to school when they feel a sense of welcoming, belonging, and the ability to be able to have opportunity. So if schools can offer that, then they're more likely to be able to get their students to come on a regular basis. So it is factored in. It's just it's factored in as part of other factors.
Thank you. Thank you.
If I may, I mean, I think another piece of the conversation that you all were having is, you know, yes, and to teacher retention, but then also how are you all thinking about the ways in which school leaders are also able to evaluate? That school leaders are able to evaluate the current teaching personnel that they have to be able to discern whether or not a teacher is in fact the best fit for a classroom. I think the impetus for my question was that in many times I've seen data that shows even the slightest bit of movement in a progressive direction. But I look at the demographics or the sub-demographics, and years after years, I've seen, in particular, like speaking as a Black male, seeing that members of a Black subgroup don't seem to be responsible for helping to move in that progressive direction as much as perhaps other subgroups. And so it makes me think about everything that we've talked about, but in particular, how school leaders are able to evaluate and make decisions, on their staff.
Mike, I know you
Yes,
want to answer that. Good.
I think it's a great question. I want to steer it slightly away from evaluation, but connect it. When you're running a very busy school, a high needs school, you sometimes can get distracted from being in the classroom, just meeting the needs of everyone involved. And part of our strategy is using all of our district personnel, our regional teams, to help the school staff and the regional staff to be in classrooms as much as possible. Mm-hmm. We have to be in the classrooms seeing what happens there, because that's what we have to impact. And so a very critical piece of our strategy is increasing and maintaining a very high level of instructional observations. Mm-hmm. Evaluation is a small subset of that. Coaching, ideally, is a large subset of that. But being in the classroom, learning from each other, helping teachers learn from each other, coaching teachers, evaluating, that's critical. And we have to make sure that our highest need schools are doing more of that, frankly, than anyone else. And having led those schools, it can be easier to do less of that than everyone else because you're so busy. So we're helping, part of our strategy is to help make sure that's happening. And I think that actually is a very important part of the strategy.
Thank you. Thank you, and we look forward to the next quarterly update.
Thank you.
And I know that you're
Thank
going to
you,
be
Mike.
getting us some additional information, but thank you very much. Our next report is on inclusive education. I will now invite Senior Deputy Superintendent of Academics, Dr. Linda Chen, and Chief of Specialized Services, Kay Seal, to step forward with the presentation. While they're getting settled, I'd like to invite the superintendent to give opening remarks.
Great, thank you, Chair. So earlier this month, BPS submitted the Inclusive Education Plan to the Mass Department of Education and Secondary Ed, or DESE, and fulfilled a requirement of the Systemic Improvement Plan, or SIP. The plan serves as a roadmap for the district to deliver on the promise of providing an excellent, inclusive, and equitable education in the least restrictive environment for students with disabilities, especially our Black and Brown students, and our multilingual learners with and without disability. This work is complex. It's also urgent. We must confront more than 100 years rooted in systemic racial disparities that historically limited equitable access and outcomes for our historically underserved students. We know we are not alone in this work. These disparities exist across the country in every school system. If we want to make lasting change, we must understand the systemic root of the problems and tackle the largest system and practices that lead to our current realities of regulating students to being sorted into categories and labels while failing to provide appropriate services. Tonight, we will outline the 4 major shifts that we must make to our practice so that we can ensure all BPS schools provide a continuum of services. This has to happen for BPS to be a district that meets the needs of all of our students. So there are 4 shifts that you'll hear from the team tonight. The first, ensuring all students have access to grade level content and high quality instructional materials. Shift 2, ensuring inclusive delivery of interventions, supports, and services. Shift 3, engaging in team-based planning and collaboration. And shift 4, resetting district infrastructure. That's my favorite one, with systems of support and accountability. We can no longer be a district where students need to travel to a certain school with a certain program in another neighborhood, sometimes far away from home, to get the services they need. All Boston Public Schools must be inclusive. Our district must recognize students' abilities, languages, cultures, and life experiences as assets and educate them based on their individual needs and diversity. Data shows that Black and Brown students with disabilities and multilingual learners with and without disabilities are more likely to be educated in a substantially separate classroom. And the research tells us that the students with disabilities and multilingual learners who are educated in inclusive settings have better in-school academic outcomes and improved postgraduate outcomes. We will use this data to shift our practices from an old model to one that improves student outcomes. Leadership from our academics vision, which is led by Dr. Linda Chen, will now explain the details of the shifts. She's joined by Chief of Specialized Services, Kay Seal, who I know you had a chance to meet the last meeting. And she's also Chief of Schools and Accountability, Dr. Drew Eckelson is behind. Chief of Teaching and Learning, Leslie Miller. Senior Deputy for Specialized Services, Christine Trevisoni, and Deputy Chief of Instruction for the Office of Multilingual and Multicultural Education, Carolina Armstrong. This shows what a full team effort this is, and I can't say enough about the entire team, really just working so hard to get this plan as right and as ready as possible. I'm grateful for everything that you've done to this point, and really looking forward to the work that we will be doing and need to do in order to implement it. So I will now turn it over to Dr. Chen.
Thank you, Superintendent Skipper. Good evening, Chair, members of the school committee, and the public. We are pleased to be here tonight to share this presentation. And as the superintendent said, this is definitely a team effort, and I'm very privileged to be here alongside my colleagues in the academics division. Together, we will share details of our inclusive education plan, which includes input and feedback from a range of stakeholders. Before we start with the formal presentation, I want to be clear. The work of inclusive education is not a standalone initiative, and it is not simply the work of specialized services. This is our collective work. It is the work of every single person that works in the Boston Public Schools. Beyond tonight's presentation, there is continued engagement work happening with families and communities led by Dr. Taveras and her team, as well as how we resource, staff, and plan physical spaces in service of student learning. That work led by Dr. DePina. The full implementation of inclusive education will take multiple years and will require us to reset the way the district operates. We must dismantle, root and branch, systems that for decades were not designed for every student's success. That means we must confront the facts that clearly demonstrate how we have underserved our Black students, our Latinx students, our students with disabilities, and our multilingual learners with and without disabilities. While there are many data points that underlie why we must do our work differently to support students, there are two most salient that I want to highlight here. This data highlight the underlying current state, of Boston Public Schools. Here, as you can see, our data show that, and it's quite starking and should create discomfort at the very least. Black male students are 3.13 times more likely to be identified with an emotional impairment and placed in a substantially separate setting than their peers. Another data point to bring this home. Multilingual learners are 2.5 times more likely to be identified with a communication disability and be placed in a substantially separate setting. We also know that the rates of students placed in specialized and separate programs in Boston outpaces the state and national averages. BPS has a rate of students in substantially separate classroom that is over twice as high as state and national rates. This is very sobering data, and we must act upon this immediately. Boston's reliance on specialized program placement has resulted in some students having to travel further to get to school. This slide shows the average distance traveled by program type for grades K2 to 6, which varies greatly based on program type as well as neighborhood of residence. Students in specialized and separate programs are traveling on average 1 to 2 miles further than their peers enrolled in general education programs. For instance, students living in Mattapan are traveling on average 2.5 miles to get to a substantially separate program. Another example, students living in Hyde Park are traveling on average 4.3 miles to get to a SLIFE program. And everybody in this city knows that those miles, while it might be 2 or 3, that's a long bus ride for so many students. At the last school committee meeting, you heard a presentation from our Office of Data and Accountability on the most recent state assessment results. This slide shows how our English learners are making limited progress in English language acquisition, with students in older grades making significantly less progress than students in younger grades. Again, we must confront the work before us. In their review of the district's implementation of English learner services, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education shared the following student experience drawn from their tiered focused monitoring school visits. Quote, some students in language specific or multilingual SEI programs shared during focus groups that they feel isolated within these programs because they do not have opportunities to interact with their English-speaking peers, unquote. This certainly does not mean we eliminate native language or bilingual education. Rather, it means we must ensure they are fully included and provide access to native language and bilingual education. This plan calls for staffing and research-based strategies to support educators in providing native language access to help students learn, and the expansion of bilingual programs such as transitional bilingual education, otherwise known as TBE, and dual language, to fully leverage the Look Act and restore a fundamental right for our multilingual learners that this state's history has denied.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. Thank you. Good evening, school committee members. Good evening, school committee chair, and also our superintendent Skipper, and our families. And before I begin my part of the presentation, I just would like to take the time to acknowledge the leadership team behind and supporting this initiative, as well as who you're seeing here today. Joining me also will be our deputy chiefs, Dr. Lauren Viviani, as well as Olga Goriga. And they're here today as well. So thank you both for being here. I also like to recognize our COASTs within the district because they are doing mammoth work as part of this initiative, as well as our regional and assistant directors and many, many other stakeholders that are supporting and leading this work as well. To our families, we will begin this presentation with the understanding that this marks a historical time for Boston Public Schools as we recognize the importance of the district commitment and implementation of this inclusion plan, this inclusive plan. Also, as a diverse community, we also recognize that there's a moral imperative to ensure access to high quality instruction for all of our BPS students as we embrace service delivery options for our L students, as well as our students with disabilities, that promotes access and services in a least restrictive environment to the greatest extent possible. I'd also like to commend the dedication of our student superintendent, as our superintendent Skipper, as well as our regional superintendents and our school leaders for their commitment and ongoing support throughout the implementation of this district strategy. I think it is also important to acknowledge that many of our BPS schools have led inclusive services throughout the district as we recognize the dedication and talents of our inclusive coaches, our teachers, and the cadre of specialists and staff that are also championing this work that we have ahead of us. As you listen to tonight's presentation, please keep in mind that models of inclusion is not a new district initiative or strategy. BPS started this work in some of our schools to develop inclusive services and have cultivated inclusive learning environments for our students with disabilities, Black and Brown and Latinx students. Through the inclusive plan, we will analyze data, student outcomes to continue to support our schools and to ensure coherence as we work collaboratively to improve our efforts. Remember, inclusion is not a place. It is a service. It's not a program. It is a service. And through our implementation of this plan, we would like to assure our families and caregivers that their voices will be heard as partners throughout this process. As you look at this illustration, and we focus on the core of this illustration with the belief of the district, and we recognize that our students are at the center of all that we do to ensure access, of removing barriers so that every student can be successful. We know that all of our BPS students are brilliant. Through this strategy, we will provide a continuum of services for the whole child. We will leverage the identities and assets of our students. As you look at this infinity circle and you look at the lens of the circle, we really must focus on it through the process of an equity lens. We believe that our children should have access to learning, environments that maximize their talents, their true potential, and to reaffirm that our staff on BPS, we're accountable to every single child through as a whole child. When you look at this infinity circle, I really would like you to focus on the outside of that circle, and it really starts with family engagement. What we do with our families is pivotal to this process. Also, when we look at what we do through the lens of funds of knowledge, we must make sure that our students have access to grade level instructional strategies and curriculum. And we do this through our initiatives, through our MTSS, Tiered 1 interventions, as well as the understanding of the cultural diversity and linguistic sustaining practices within the district in terms of looking at home language access. When we look at targeted universalism, we look at the student center, we look at the student as an asset and making sure that they're feeling as a sense of belonging throughout the process. And when we look at equitable literacy, as Dr. Chen shared tonight, that is truly part of this process and part of this plan. Ongoing work over the next 5 years will strengthen these core beliefs as we align our service delivery models to enhance equitable literacy, ESL services, and specially designed instruction. Through evidence-based practices, we must ensure that all BPS students are brilliant. It's important to look at the blue section of this as well as to the right. When we talk about this continuous services, think about it in terms of a pyramid, in terms of looking at it through the lens of our 5-year plan, as well as our district goal that involves all of our schools, that we will work towards providing a continuum of educational services for students with a range of disabilities and learning needs. As you look at the blues part of this, this table, when we look at the setting, we have general education, full inclusion, partial inclusion, and also substantially separate. Those are the learning environments that all of our students within the Boston Public Schools have access to learning. When we look at specialized instruction and specially designed instruction, we understand that there's a percentage of time that our students receive these services within and through the IEP process. This is important because it ensures that all of our students have access to general education settings based on their individual needs. Our school will develop a plan that promotes a continuum of services, and these services are identified through the IEP team process. We want to remind our parents that we're not changing services without following the IEP process for all of our students. We're based on the students' needs, and we also want to make sure that we're providing a continuum of services. We also recognize that this inclusive plan, that it provides opportunities for some of our students who have more intensive needs to receive their services in substantially separate. And that means that we have a cadre of students that have educational needs that are together throughout the day that receive these services in a small learning community. And our goal is really to make sure through this plan that we're providing opportunities for our students to receive these services close to their homes. And with this shift, we will be looking at providing opportunities for our programs and services to be provided also within a regional model. We also recognize that the most restrictive placement for some of our students in BPS may be essential, and that is also a determination of the IEP team. And some of those services currently are received at the Horace Mann, the Carter, and the Melvin H. King schools.
Excuse me, Ms.
We do
Seal.
have a very
Excuse
small
me, Ms.
percentage of our
Seal.
students.
I'm sorry, could you please slow down for our interpreters a
sorry.
little bit? Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. We also have a very small number of our students who require services that are out of district. And those students are, when you look at the table, they're in yellow. And those are students that attend our out of district programs, and IEPs are also written for those services because those students require explicit teaching support academically as well as social emotionally, as well as some of our students with related service needs as well. Our vision for providing a full continuum of services would allow BPS schools to shift to provide full and partial inclusion opportunities, which would reduce, as Dr. Chen shared earlier, students moving and the mobility, and it will allow us for them not to have to change schools. Students in need of more intensive services will also have options to access substantially separate settings closer to their home.
Good evening, school committee chair, school committee member, superintendent skipper, families, and community. As a new member in our district and city, As a Latina, first-generation college graduate and immigrant myself, it is an honor to serve in the Office of Multilingual and Multicultural Education, supporting this critical work that is so near and dear to my heart. I would like to acknowledge my team partner, Brittany Baggett, Deputy Chief of Compliance and Operations, for her dedication and commitment as we engage together in this work. She's also in the room today. In this slide, I will briefly walk you through the list of services we currently provide and will continue to expand in support of our multilingual learners in Boston Public Schools. This list provides a clear distinction in the eligibility criteria, setting and participation outcomes and goals for our students. I will begin by sharing the supports for some recent arrivals. Students with limited or interrupted formal education, or known as LIFE. In this program, students who enter U.S. schools with interruptions in their educational history and focus on accelerating learning and intensive literacy development while providing intensive social emotional support. This program also includes some native language support as available. In the case of newcomer services, these programs are providing English learner student support when they are also new arrivals, but they have attended schools in their home countries, and we also provide some native language support. Next, I would like to bring your attention to the case of Sheltered English Immersion, or SEI programming. This type of program aligns with state requirements where multilingual learners receive high-quality instruction in English language development and sheltered content instruction alongside their English proficient peers. As Dr. Chen mentioned in this presentation, we must challenge existing practices that segregate students. The state's Department of Elementary and Secondary Education has conveyed an expectation to change existing practices. DESI has stated that district is not carrying out its chosen program in the least segregated manner and maintains students in self-contained classes longer than needed. Also, as you see from this slide, some of our services fall under the bilingual education program's umbrella, and they carry different intended outcomes. And as a way to leverage the look at, our district is focusing on the expansion of dual language programs to include, but not limited to, Cabo Verdean, additional Spanish offerings in regions where we currently do not offer, and there is a community need. Our transition bilingual programs leverage native languages to help with English language development and ensure students meet academic expectations with the goal of transitioning into English-only instruction eventually. That initial instruction is offered mostly in the native language and decreases gradually as more English is introduced. In the case of dual language programs, the support for English learners is provided through native language literacy. That means the students learn to read in their first language. And they also receive content instruction and English instruction to develop long-term bilingualism and biliteracy. And we currently offer dual language programs in Spanish, Haitian Creole, Vietnamese, and American Sign Language. It's important to notice that this work not only requires our commitment as an organization, but also requires a commitment from our families to remain in this program throughout all the grades represented in the school for maximum education benefit and to ensure sustainability. Additionally, as part of our commitment to meet the diverse cultural linguistic needs of our over 17,000 multilingual learners who represent nearly 100 different languages and dialects, our district and schools are committed to ensuring access to native language support provided by staff with native language proficiency, particularly for those students and families that do not choose to engage in dual language programs. These trained staff members will utilize their native language skills to help students activate their background knowledge by connecting new concepts to their prior experiences, by promoting language transferring strategies that would help students to navigate between their native language and English. That means the use of cognates, the use of sentence structure, some of those things that they are able to establish connections. And to accomplish this task, our office will provide clear and consistent guidance, communication, and messages on how to effectively implement native language support and on instruction across levels. The guidance will include a focus on instructional practices that target professional learning, and you see a trend in our work, opportunities not only for teachers and instructional support, but also including our school leaders and paraprofessionals. Additionally, we have a big focus on the student experience to ensure that they have opportunities to interact with adults and peers in their native language, that social emotional learning and support is afforded through social workers or counselors, where students are also able to use their native language to access content, and there is also access and availability to language-rich libraries, software, and programs that continue fostering that native language. And as another component, but not the least, of course, we want to emphasize the importance between that home and school partnership and connection. So part of our focus on native language access also includes family empowerment workshops that will help our families sustain native language at home, and also welcoming our families through volunteering opportunities that would leverage their native language proficiency as a way to continue building that school community.
Thank you. Before we go into the ways the district will shift and change the ways we operate, I want to take a moment to highlight the school committee's goals. As we look across the 5 goals that the school committee adopted in 2021, you can see that the inclusive education plan is aligned to the school committee goals, with access to grade level learning and specialized supports as contributors to early literacy attainment and achievement across all content areas, as well as achievement for students with disabilities and multilingual learners, and readiness for college, career, and life. As we think about how we are shifting our current practices, we've articulated 4 key areas. The first is something you have heard us share about in the past, including at our last meeting, in increasing access to grade level learning. Equitable literacy is about ensuring students are reading by 3rd grade and literate in all content areas. The second shift is around providing inclusive delivery of interventions and services. This means that any student who needs more beyond core instruction time gets it. That includes both students who are not yet at grade level, as well as those who require additional supports for accelerated learning. This also includes service delivery for our multilingual learners and students with disabilities, and how we deliver these services in inclusive ways and how we track progress are integral to this shift. The third shift is around team-based planning and collaboration, where the first 2 shifts delineate what we need to do differently for students. This shift is about how we do that. And it must be done in teams of educators at the school level, for instance, in our inclusive education planning teams, as well as the regional and the district level. The fourth shift is about ensuring we have a strong district infrastructure to support inclusive education. We must have systems, structures, and accountability to ensure all of our students get what they need. We've talked about this previously by way of universal expectations. And now we'll go into each of the 4 shifts in more detail.
Good evening. Please pardon the mask. I'm a little bit under the weather. Just piggybacking on what Mike Sabin shared with you earlier, we have a real focus on high quality instructional materials, which all of you heard about last week. And so at the most fundamental level, HQIM, high quality instructional materials, assures that the materials we are providing to our educators and students are grade level aligned, standards aligned, and as free of bias and racism as possible. The most high leverage step for us in this work, and a focus of the Office of Teaching and Learning, Specialized Services, and Multilingual Learners, is the professional learning for the implementation of these materials with our educators. In the support of implementation of this through equitable literacy framework, we're doing this through leveraging high quality instructional materials with intentional application around universal design for learning, language acquisition, and differentiated instruction. As the district selected district-supported curriculum, there was a keen eye set to selecting materials that had embedded UDL strategies. Therefore, professional learning will focus on how and where resources and supports related to UDL appear in the curriculum, as well as language acquisition and differentiated instruction. This is really important because we just want to be clear that this is not a strategy shift, but rather continuing to dive into HQIM and equitable literacy. This is also a reminder that equitable literacy is the intersection of research-based best practices and culturally affirming and responsive teaching. And so to your point and your question, Dr. Alkins, earlier, it's not enough for our children to see themselves in the curriculum. They really need to see themselves looking good in the curriculum. And so one of the things, this is just an analogy that I remember Dr. Beverly Daniel Tatum once shared. When you see a picture, what's the first thing you look for? Yourself, usually. And if you look good, you continue to share that picture. If you don't look good, you put that to the side. So I think that's a great analogy as we think about the materials that we're putting in front of students and really supporting our educators and making some of the instructional decisions around what's going to promote a sense of belonging, culturally responsive instruction for our students. Additionally, we're in the very fortunate position of our ESL, having an ESL curriculum that is aligned to the teaching and learning supported ELA curriculum, which supports our multilingual learners within the classroom, so that our multilingual learners are getting the same access to HQIM with specific ESL needs as their counterparts. A second support that is critically important here is just the implementation and use of our MTSS coordinators, which every school has one MTSS coordinator in their building. And this supports the solid implementation of an MTSS model. There will be continued support for these MTSS coordinator roles in every school, with monthly professional learning to deepen the work of building MTSS infrastructure. The focus is on decisions and rules for using data, evidence-based practices, and plan documentation for students so that we can see what is working and what is not working at the school level. This role also will focus on the use of MAP assessment data as the universal screen across grade levels, as well as continued use of the Panorama to document Tier 2 and 3 plans, with an increasing focus on the quality of the plans and making sure there are clear goals, effective progress monitoring, and the monitoring of implementation and impact for our students.
Thank you, Leslie. Shift 2, ensure the inclusive delivery of interventions, supports, and services. This shift will provide assurances of inclusive delivery supports, and we understand the importance of shifting above and beyond the barriers and challenges to foster student engagement and rigorous learning standards that are aligned to content standards. Our students deserve the very best in order to reach their full potential. We understand that learning environments must be engaging as we provide our evidence-based strategies and tools, as previously discussed, to meet the unique needs of our students through our collective efforts of the implementation of MTSS and Tier 1 interventions, as you heard tonight from my colleague, Leslie Miller. This plan will also ensure that schools are progress monitoring students to reach grade level expectations. We also recognize through our quality school improvement plans that our schools will review our students' level data and align resources to meet the needs of all students. Through the appropriation of budget analysis, given the needs of our schools, Resources and staff assignments will be made to meet the diverse needs of our students. Also, the district allocation of resources will ensure that schools have access to materials and staff to deliver interventions and services. Our mandates that require ELs must also have access to English second language instruction and native language resources to support access to accelerating their learning along with their peers, as well as our multilingual students with disabilities will also have access to ESL services and specially designed intervention services as well. Our staff are trained and skilled to provide structured evidence-based literacy interventions, and also we will foster methodologies of specially designed instruction to really accelerate the learning outcomes for our students with disabilities.
I have the pleasure of speaking about Shift 3, engaging in team-based planning and collaboration. I think the research is very clear, and I really appreciated the deep conversation on transformation schools. One thing that didn't come up in that conversation is, based on what I know about the research, is that there's one really important variable in schools that actually move the needle for students. And particularly for students that traditionally school districts and schools have not served well. And that's that they're problem-solving organizations. They know how to come together to unpack what's going on, particularly relative to student learning, and they roll up their sleeves in service of getting better outcomes for students. And so for us, we know that we have to focus on building out team-based planning structures and building the spirit of problem-solving organizations across BPS. And really two important sort of district infrastructure investments that we're making to be able to do that is one, the inclusion planning teams. We have to create conditions where the educators at our school have opportunity to come to the table to unpack what's happening relative to student outcomes and to problem solve on behalf of our students. We also need to ensure that we have targeted professional development that's really targeting the specific idea that all of our students need access to high quality instructional materials, and that the work of specialized instruction and resources to ensure that our English learners have access to high quality instructional materials is critical. I had a chance today to visit several schools, and one of which was the Channing, which is led by Carlene Pignotto. For some of you who may know, she entered the Channing last time I was in the school district, and it was one of the lowest performing schools in the Commonwealth. And today the Channing is thriving. And Carlene, the very skilled principal, asked me to come out and some of my colleagues because she was stuck on a problem. And that problem was that she had some students, particularly two groups of students, that she was just not able to sleep at night because she wasn't getting both the type of either the growth that she was looking for or the sort of absolute performance. And those students fit two profiles. One, students who either had a diagnosis of dyslexia or presented as such, and then students with autism who were struggling particularly with a concept relative to inferential comprehension. How do you, rather than sort of a literal comprehension question, how do you infer author's intent, which given the nature of the student's disability might be a challenge. And she really wanted to unpack with her team, how can we make progress for students in these areas? And she had 15 to 17 students sort of outlined. She had their data presented to me. She had the interventions that had been tried for those students. And her team was trying to think through what was the next level of work to make progress for those students. That's precisely the type of problem-solving organizations that we need. And I think Carlene and her team just exhibited this exceptionally well. And I and some of my colleagues are excited to go back on Tuesday to continue to look at the quality of those interventions as we move forward. As we move forward, I think Dr. Chen spoke a little bit about the practices of the past and the importance of ripping up some of that work root and branch. It is what I have in the past called the original sin of the design of some of the work in our district. And there's particularly challenges that I think relative to student assignment, strategic staffing, and space planning that is going to be critical as we're moving forward. I think one of the moves that we made that ultimately I think will be really game changing for the work that we have ahead is we've articulated in collaboration with our leaders and our educators a set of universal expectations that must be true across all schools. These are evidence-based practices, and these are a set of outcomes that match well with the school committee goals that Dr. Chen spoke about earlier. And we must be monitoring progress toward those universal expectations for all schools, irrespective of the current level of autonomy or current progress of the school. All schools need to make progress in BPS on these really critical measures. And we have a three-pronged strategy of how to ensure that we reset our district infrastructure and increase both systems of support and accountability. One, providing instructional expectations and support to some of the work that Leslie Ryan Miller and her colleagues are doing from teaching and learning is going to be critical in ensuring access, particularly for our students with disabilities and our multilingual learners. In the past of BPS, we've talked about a sort of all or nothing approach relative to inclusion. You're either in a full inclusion setting or you're in a substantially separate setting. We have to be talking about this in terms of a continuum of services, and we have to provide opportunities, particularly for partial inclusion in all schools across BPS. And then we have to attack and improve the operational infrastructure that all too often has gotten in the way of some of the work that we've been trying to implement. That means building and improving systems that support the desired state that's been described, and to really have difficult conversations about student assignment, strategic staffing, and space planning, of which the Boston School Committee will be essential as we continue to move forward. I wanted to just quickly communicate some of the timelines that are expected as we move ahead. And to be clear, these are timelines that are very much expected in terms of implementation by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. This has been presented to the school committee in the past, first in reference to the Council of Great Cities School report on this topic relative to inclusion. But there are certain grade levels that we'll be targeting and supporting through the inclusion planning teams and the problem-solving organization work that we talked about earlier for school year 23-24. And then you'll see that the sort of the planning and then implementation work in 24-25. And then a next set of grade levels, you'll see that they sort of expand and grow upon each other. So we'll be thinking about this work relative to K0, K1, and K2 first, and then grade 1 and grade 2 as we continue to expand. And then you see the last set of grades as we continue to implement over a number of years. This also has to be true relative to inclusive opportunities for our multilingual learners. And you'll see that that organization has been organized around K-8 and 9-12 schools with both a time for planning and implementation over the next few years. Finally, and just have this slide and just some concluding thoughts before I pass it off both to the superintendent and to the chair, that we have to be responsible and disciplined as an organization to monitor our own progress. I believe in this with all my core, and I think this is something that came up in the transformation presentation, that what matters most happens in the classroom. If our students aren't getting access to high quality instructional opportunities in classrooms, we'll never move outcomes for students. And we have to ensure that we are collecting data and observing instruction, not only for compliance reasons, but also to manage and to consider quality of instruction and who is not getting access to the quality instruction that we envision across all of BPS. We have a tool to help us do that through the district's equitable literacy observational tool. A special thank you to the teaching and learning team that has worked with the schools division to be able to implement that. We continue to make progress by making observations in thousands of classrooms and to make sense of what we see at the schoolhouse, at the region level, and across the entire district. A district inclusion planning team will conduct monthly progress monitoring and ensure that the deliverables that are outlined in this plan are being met each month and communicating that up to the superintendent. There will be quarterly IEP reviews, particularly focused on issues of quality. Those will be conducted by the assistant directors of specialized services, and we'll be doing random audits of IEPs across region, looking for patterns at schools and regions and across the entire district. All of our schools will participate, as we've talked about at the last meeting, in quarterly school reviews to ensure that all of our schools are making progress toward the universal expectations and their articulated QSP goals using both quantitative and qualitative data such as observations. And those will be done with the support of regional teams. And it can't be that the accountability rests solely with the principal or at the schoolhouse. This also has to be that the central office is accountable for supporting schools. And so as we're continuing to move forward, building out departments, and I would like the department that I am very proud to lead, the schools division, to be one of the first to do this, which is that we should hold open and public transparent quarterly reviews to the degree to which our departments are delivering in service of the universal expectations and in service of our schools meeting their QSP goals and increased opportunity for inclusive opportunities. I'll conclude with last night we had a chance to preview this presentation with our principal cabinet. And I don't know that I became emotional necessarily because I'm not a very emotional guy. But I had a set of feelings as the team was presenting that this was a really important moment for us as a system. I believe that this has the potential, the brilliance of the plan, and if executed and implemented and supported in the way that it's outlined, I think has potential to be one of the most important reforms that has happened in decades across Boston, and has the potential, I think, to be game-changing for generations of families in the city of Boston, including access to more inclusive, high-quality education that will also move outcomes. I'm proud to be here with this team to do this work. And I know as a school committee and as a sort of governance team that we will need your support as we continue to move forward, because there's a lot of work that will continue to be embedded within the context of this plan. Thank you.
Chair, I just want to commend the team and just say, because I saw how many days and nights and hours and weekends. There's 3 of our deputy chiefs that didn't get a chance to speak because of the nature of the presentation. But I'd like you to stand because I know how much work you did. Brittany Baggett, who is our Deputy Chief of Operations and Accountability in OMME, Olga Garriga, who is our Deputy Chief of Services and Accountability in the Office of Specialized Services, and Lauren Viviani, who's our Deputy Chief of Specialized Programs. Just huge kudos because you did so much of the work.
So thank you all for the report, and thanks to your entire team for this tremendous work that you do every day on behalf of our students. It's probably some of the most important work that we must do as a district to support our students. And now I'll open it up to our members for comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Y thank you al grupo que trabajó para este reporte.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much to the group that had been working on this particular report.
Cuando no recuerdo, uno de ustedes habló de sentimiento, me tocó mucho el corazón, porque a mí me toca mucho la parte de los estudiantes aprendices del idioma inglés.
Someone was talking about feelings, and that touched my heart because the English language learners are very close to my heart. That touched my heart when I heard talking about feelings.
Yo puedo ser un ejemplo de inclusión porque soy la única hispanohablante que no tiene un inglés fluido dentro del comité escolar.
So matter of fact, I could be a good example of inclusion. I am a person that do not speak the language or I'm not fluent in the language, and I'm an example of inclusion here as part of the committee.
Poder estar aquí sentada me ha dado la oportunidad de representar una gran población dentro de BPS.
The fact that I do have a seat here on this table had given me the opportunity to represent a large population that the Boston Public School Committee, the Boston Schools has.
La música más dulce que escuchan mis oídos es cuando ustedes me dicen hola Rafa y me saludan en mi idioma.
The sweetest music to my ears is when you greet me in my own language. Hola, Rafa.
Me saludan en mi idioma, hacen el esfuerzo, aunque no saben español mucho, pero hacen el esfuerzo de comunicarse en mi idioma.
You make an effort to communicate with me in my own language, even though you don't speak my language, but you make an effort. You greet me in my own language.
Pensando yo en los mejores resultados de los estudiantes, me preocupa mucho el hecho de que se está pensando en colocar estudiantes que no hablan el idioma inglés en salones inclusivos.
So thinking about the results, it is something very concerning, the fact that we're planning to put students in classrooms that are not necessarily inclusive.
Estudiantes que no hablan el idioma inglés.
Students that do not speak the English language.
Familias que acaban de llegar de países donde no se habla inglés.
Families of newcomers that are coming from countries where English is not spoken.
Para que una aula tenga una verdadera inclusión, debe tener un maestro especializado en la deshabilidad del estudiante, un maestro regular y un paraprofesional.
In order for a classroom to be considered 100% inclusive, it needs the presence of three different specialists. The disability person, the specialist, the person that works with the students as well, a paraprofessional, and a person that works for the regular education as well.
Entonces a esa aula le vamos a sumar un estudiante que no habla inglés y también aparte es un estudiante de inglés con discapacidad.
So what we're doing is we're adding a student that does not speak the language there. On top of that, we might be adding a student that has a disability himself or herself.
¿Cómo vamos a hacer ese proceso? ¿Cómo va a ser ese proceso para este estudiante? ¿Qué ha pensado el distrito? ¿Cuál es el plan?
So the question becomes, what is the plan? What is the implementation process that will take place? What is the district thinking about this? How to incorporate this student into that inclusion environment?
Thank you, Rafa, for your question. We're in a moment where we are asking schools to look at every single student and to really truly see every student is what I feel that you are also calling.
Nobody interpretation. No.
Looks like the other interpreter might have difficulties because she's not hearing the other interpreter.
Because I can't hear you, the interpreter. Sorry. Ahora sí.
No, she
Yeah.
can hear.
Part of the process, and I'll ask our deputy chief to share a little bit more on specifics of how particularly our students who are early in their English language development levels will be serviced some different options. Part of the team that we were talking about earlier, the inclusion planning teams at the school, we are asking them to look specifically, and I'll give an example of a process that we're sharing, to look specifically at every one of the English learners, or sometimes we call them multilingual learners, to look first at what is their language and also look at what their English language development levels are.
because those two pieces of information are very important. And what Dr. Eccleston spoke earlier about strategic staffing. So when schools are looking at every student in that way, particularly when he showed the implementation years, so for next year, K0 through K2, 7th and 9th grades, schools this year in the next month will be looking very specifically at English learners in each of those grades to be able to plan for services. And the strategic staffing part comes in terms of when you look for large concentrations of students speaking the same language, particularly in the early ELD levels, we are asking schools to think about how to make sure that there are native speakers of that language that are paired with that class. So they would be able to signal to us if there are no staff that speak that language so that we can recruit for speakers of that language. And part of our work will be to develop a process to assess native language proficiency. And I just want to be clear, this is different from having a bilingual education endorsement, because that is much harder to come by. And we don't want to rely on that as our sole way of providing native language through a formal bilingual program. But we also believe that that native language access is incredibly important. This can come from a paraprofessional as well as a teacher to be able to, and part of what I will ask Deputy Chief Armstrong to talk about is the work that she is doing to provide that kind of support for educators. It's not good enough to just say we will hire native language speakers, but they also need to be equipped with the strategies that are based in research to really be able to provide that connection for our students, both social, emotionally, and academically.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. One thing that I would add is when we think about those recent arrivals, those students that are new to the country and they have experience, they have attended school, or they haven't, they are going to be supported through specific programming. And the programming, as Dr. Chen mentioned, calls not only for an instructional approach, but also for those wraparound services to help them adjust socially and emotionally to the academic setting. And that also includes native language access. Also, as Dr. Chen mentioned, the access that we are talking about and the support from bilingual staff is going to be very intentional. As a language learner myself, can tell you that it's not the same to speak the language, in this case, Spanish, for me, that having that academic knowledge and understanding to support a student. So part of the focus of our training on what we are doing differently is providing those staff members that we are identifying as bilingual, having a second or third language proficiency with specific strategies that would allow them to support students with some of that academic work. And providing access to those instructional resources, also not just rely on translations. What we're trying to do is truly support our students, lower that affective filter that we know impacts learning, and support them in a way that they are also going to be able to make the connections, bring in those funds of knowledge, and leverage that rich culture while preserving their identity as they are learning and acquiring English language. I think another piece that I would also like to mention is, and I'm just looking at my notes for a minute, I kind of lost it, is that the support that the students receive, it's within their setting when they are collaborating with their peers. And we have seen that to be very powerful, students learning from each other in a context where they don't feel isolated. But also students, when we think at the secondary level, teenagers are very particular and they don't want to be isolated. They don't want to be pulled out of class. So learning with their peers, having those tools and feeling empowered by their teachers, by the support staff, it's also going to help them through this transition. Another important piece that you mentioned, Chair Polanco, was the idea of our families. And I think we have considered this, the importance of our families and leveraging their support, and how we can also empower our families to feel supported, to give them a voice, and also not to feel less because they are not fluent or they don't speak the language. We also see that, and I've seen that in my experience too, that they feel that they cannot connect to the school because of that language barrier. So when we're thinking about supporting recent arrivals, or even families that have been in the country, in the city for a longer period of time, we want to leverage those skills and that support to also help them to be part of the community in a way that they also feel that they can contribute, and not just us giving them something to do, but also taking in their gifts, and through volunteering support or even supporting language at home. I would say one of the biggest concerns for our recently arrived families is for their children to speak without an accent, to learn English without an accent, and they tend to feel just not able to help them at home. And when we train our families and in the skills on just the resources, providing with resources to sustain that native language at home, that also it's going to help with the language acquisition. So I think that communication and providing with those resources is also going to help us with that transition without feeling that they are losing that importance of their cultural and identity in the process.
So I would say that very quickly, we've talked a little bit also about a team-based approach to teaching. And we currently are in a system where Dr. Oxen talked a little bit about this. We're either substantially separate or fully included. Or we have SEI classes currently where students who are newly arrived or in their early language development levels are completely separate for most or all of the day. Again, it's an either or. They're in a sometimes we refer to it as a general education class. And what we're talking about is shifting into a place where we're not isolating kids in this either or state, but having students be alongside their peers, both their native language speaking peers as well as their English speaking peers, but also having staff that will team up with teachers to push in. So if the homeroom teacher does not speak the native language of the students, but we do have a paraprofessional or ESL teacher who does, they would push and be part of that classroom. And also, we can also have times where groups of students are pulled out. We would recommend that if that happens when everyone is pulled out for something. So there isn't the stigma of a particular group being pulled out for something different, so to speak.
Es un poquito delicado, porque yo pienso que es un poquito bien delicado, es un hilo delicado, porque cómo lograr que el estudiante no se sienta perdido ni aislado.
So it's a very delicate situation sometimes. How do you conquer or achieve that the student does not feel that he or she is being substantially separated?
Recuerden que estamos hablando de estudiantes que no conocen el idioma y van a mezclarse con niños que no saben español, y puede prestarse. Definitivamente hay que tener varias conversaciones y trabajar mucho sobre esto para no crearle al niño una frustración.
So it's just a matter of having different conversations and different approaches when talking about this. We have to consider that a kid that does not speak English will get into an environment where the other kids speak English and the others don't speak Spanish. We have to be very careful in this approach in not creating a frustration on that kid that is going to that environment.
Tanto al estudiante como a las familias de ese estudiante que va a lidiar con esto, que no sabe tampoco inglés.
So frustration goes both ways, for the student and for the families that are not familiar with this type of environment, not familiar with the language itself.
Y también quiero decir por último, como cada escuela en particular tiene sus propias condiciones.
So lastly, what I would like to say is that each school in particular, they do have their own conditions.
¿Han pensado en tener una comisión que vaya a las escuelas y haga estudio en particular en cada escuela para saber cuál es la necesidad real que se tiene en esas escuelas?
Have you thought about having a commission that will go to any particular school to be able to find out what are the real needs that that particular school has, creating a commission dedicated to that?
Y
Have you guys
trabajar
thought
en
about it?
base a un plan de cada escuela.
And to be able to work on a particular specific plan that is particular to each particular school.
Would this be an outside, an external to the district commission?
No, es del distrito educativo.
That commission will be part of the educational district.
Que nosotros podamos saber
An
de
internal
las escuelas necesitan este idioma, tienen esta necesidad, cada escuela en particular.
An internal commission that will let us know which need in particular each school has.
Y
An
si lo han
internal
pensado, ¿cuál es el timeline? ¿Qué tiempo lo van a hacer? ¿Cuándo traerán el informe sobre esto?
If that is a thought that had been considered, what is the timeline allocated for that purpose?
So I think there are, I'll try to be as brief as possible. I think there are two ways that this happens. One is there's a set of monitoring that happens at the quarterly level by regional and central teams. The other one I think maybe is a little bit more relevant here is there's an inclusion planning team at every school. And in the next few months, they will be looking specifically like at every student to determine the kinds of services that the students need and to propose a plan that essentially shifts from the either or condition to looking at more flexibility and meeting the needs of individual students. So all of the schools will be submitting proposals and we will be reviewing all of those as a district to help us determine how to match the resources and then eventually how we staff according to the needs of the students at the school. This is a very, very important step that we are making because it is not about people in this building sending students and types of programs into schools and hoping that they can just manage. It is them looking at the students in their schools and going through a process to deeply look at each individual students to convey what it is that they need in order to serve them well.
Thank you.
Where are we going? I think everybody has a question, so we'll go on.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Going around.
Yeah. You can start.
First, thank you for everyone for the report. Certainly a Herculean effort. And I appreciate the added inspiration, and I appreciate the notion that this is not necessarily a shift, but a continuation of a strategy that has been thought about. That said, I think yes, and to everything that I was just listening to, there still remains a question about whether or not, or how successful the district can be at successfully staffing. Right. And so I'm particularly curious about any novel strategies that you all have been thinking about and are thinking to employ with respect to our multilingual learners. That's a first question. And my second question is, you know, for those people who were at our retreat last week, 2 weeks ago, you know, we were reminded that our job as a committee is to think about student outcomes. And this is the tough part to ask, or the tough question, which is what you all are proposing is a generational shift. from what I see. That said, when as a district, when as a school committee, do we necessarily see those outcomes manifest, and what does it look like for families? And we just got through talking about the transformational schools and seeing progress on a yearly basis, and some of it being stellar, some of it not being so stellar, or knowing that there needs to be more progress in one domain or another. Yeah, so as a committee, how do we think about when should we start seeing these changes, especially in a district where we haven't seen changes for a long time? So post that.
All
those
right.
two.
Thank you for that question, or those two questions. On the staffing piece, in addition to what the superintendent mentioned earlier, around incentivizing, like those are some different things that we're looking at, especially for high needs areas. What I would add to that is, it may not seem that innovative in nature, but just staffing earlier and then actually hiring. We know we will need more bilingual teachers. We know we will need more special education teachers. So we can then start hiring them centrally so that there is a pool of teachers that are ready to go for schools, because invariably every year we can count on needs in that area at the start of school. So that is something that we have been talking about. And I know that isn't, earth-shattering, sort of innovation. However, it would be very beneficial for us and game-changing for us. So that's one idea I would put forward. On your other question, regarding this, it is absolutely a generational shift. But I think in the transformation conversation, I would say, we need to be able to see differences, and we need to deliver those outcomes according to the school committee's goals. And it will be incremental, right? I think that I don't want to pretend that, hey, we've got this great plan and all of a sudden you should see some great change here. I think it should be incremental. It would be around the work that we are doing. I think this is also why it's important that we're not shifting on the things that are most important. That doubling down on grade level access to curriculum and to instruction that's culturally and linguistically responsive, that is solid work that needs to get done. We will start to see more of that incrementally shift. I think so that's shift one in terms of this plan. Shift two is also incredibly important, which is, and I think that's where we will start to see some change sooner, is there are students who we have failed for a long time, and they need to be able to get the additional supports that they need. And those types of interventions are also the other part of where we would see improvement. You can't just do one and not the other. And we are doing both. And I think for our transformation strategy, what we're doing is providing more intensive services at those schools. And I think that the other thing I would say that is not lost on us is the teaming work that is happening across the system. I think that Dr. Eccleston shared a great example of the Channing. That's the kind of cultivation work that will make these changes occur faster, rather than just us saying these things to be true. And the regional supports help schools move forward, rather than just us creating some edicts from this building and saying, hey, you're going to go do these things now, but they actually get that side-by-side support.
I'd also like to add, I think it's also important for us to, when we go back and we look at our infinity circle, to also think about the empowerment of our families, as well as what we're doing through our IEP team process in our school and our SSD process within schools, to really have them engaged in the work, to deepen their understanding of how they can be part of the work and working with us to really move forward in terms of doing better for our students. Also for students with disabilities and our 504 students, in terms of teaching our students self-advocacy, understanding, embracing, this is how I learn, being able to communicate with educators and teachers in terms of this is how best I learn. Can you shift what you're doing and teach me in a different way? You know, so teaching our students those self-advocacy skills so that they can be involved in their own learning, as well as another important step that we should be following as we go through this process.
Yes. Well, first of all, thank you for your presentation. And for better or for worse, since the onset of billionaire uns regarding the elimination of bilingual program until
Excuse me, Mr.
about
Tran.
25 years ago. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
About 25 years ago, when Mitt Romney finally abolished the bilingual program in Massachusetts, much have changed, and for better or for worse. You know, it's up to individuals' perspective on the program moving since then. I do have a series of questions, as a matter of fact, regarding what you are doing in implementation of the inclusive program, but I'm gonna be very specific today, just for 5 questions. And I don't know how long you're gonna take, but 5 questions that I've been hearing from community members, parents, teachers, students, and many are pretty much antithetical to what you have proposed today regarding culturalism versus inclusion. So I want to put the 5 questions, specific questions in front of you, and you take time to respond, or you can respond to me by email or whatever, if we don't have time. The first question is the placement process. Students come. The limited, I was classified as a student with very limited English when I first came to America, and broken system of education, because I jumped from school to school during the war. So I understand this, the students who come from different countries with that kind of issues. So that with students who had certain level of English, but not sufficient to be, for lack of a better term, I hate the term, but I want to use it, to be mainstream. Placement process. How do you determine? How do the school, the administration, make the placement process that is equitable to every students? Not only depending on their language capability, but depending on their age, their cultural absorption, you know, their knowledge of the society and the environment around them. That's the first question. The second question is the same question that I have seen before. Teacher placement, relating pretty much the same question that Dr. Alkins just mentioned. Certification process, determination of status and competency of testers, of placement guidance, even of teachers. That's the second question. The third one is the curriculum equivalency. We're talking about general program versus bilingual program or whatever. You have 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different programs. I think you put it right there, five different service. That relates to the first question. How do you determine which service is appropriate for a certain for a particular individual students, and how do you take into consideration of their not only their experience, their educational background, but also their parents' input and their parents' experience as well. How do you, is there a mechanism for you to determine all that before placing a student into a program that would be appropriate for the student? The curriculum equivalency, general program and the multilingual program, I gather the textbooks are the same, I hope. If not, then how different are they? If not, but if they are the same, tell me how do you, how qualified is a certified teacher that use that kind of book in mainstream language, teaching a student like me. When I first came to America, I know 3 words: yes, no, okay. Teach that to me. The certification process. I like to know that. The average time of transition. There are students who were kept 5 years, depending on the teacher's interest, you know, the school's budgetary dependency, job or employment security for teachers. There are students who are intentionally kept for a number of years. But then there are students who are intentionally transitioned into the general program without a sufficiency of language. There was a comment, I think I heard from one of the presenters regarding the accent. There's no way to do away with the accent. I've been here almost 50 years. My accent is still very much Vietnamese, regardless of how competent I am in speaking the English language. So is that something that should be a concern in the teaching for the to mainstream students? So just those 5 questions. I don't believe that we have time because it's already 10 o'clock. But if I would appreciate somebody respond to me and to
I think it would be helpful
yes,
for us all to receive the responses to those questions.
in a mail or
Not
whatever.
tonight, but
Okay.
written and sent back to the whole community because it is
Thank you.
10. Thank you.
Thank you for those key questions, and we will definitely provide that.
I'm gonna try to be very brief because of the time, but this is something that's really important to me. One of the reasons why I applied and I'm sitting here today because of BPS, because I am a product of that. Even though I was not a ASL student, I was thrown in a classroom that was filled with Cape Verdean students with a Cape Verdean teacher or a teacher that just spoke English, right? But there were moments where I felt like I should have been an ESL student because I did not necessarily get some of the resources I mentioned before during my MCAS exam in biology, which I protested and just decided not to do it because they didn't give me a dictionary. I just want to commend you all for really showcasing what it is to be collaborative. I think a lot of times in governance or even in the educational system, we see precedents of folks working in isolation and just seeing the different faces of the different departments, the different divisions, cabinet, however you all call it, shows that this is important to the superintendent, to the mayor's office, and of course to the district. For me, I think it's important to acknowledge that time has changed. Our students are not only today they're being engaged with English in many platforms. If you think about the digital world, the way that's been really increasing and how our students are engaging with that when it comes to language. I think that it is time for our students to be in the same classroom as folks that do speak only English. It does not just benefit them as a multilingual learner, but it also benefits to their peers that only speak English, because being a multilingual individual is very important in the world that we live today. And we need to build students they're going to be prepared to the real world. Because a lot of times you are going to be in a room where you do not see people that look like you or speak like you or are culturally competent to actually engage with you. So at schools, when you think about students that do not speak English, they're already, grouping themselves in lunch, the type of sports that they play, what type of clubs do they go, where do they go in terms of after school teen centers. That's already happening because, we want to be with our peers that understand us, that talk like us. In the skaters, we're all cousins, so it's always great to be around family. But I think in the classroom, it's really important that we are figuring out a way, as long as we have the staffing, as long as we have the resources, the materials, and we have technology now. We have to remember, just like she mentioned, as an example of how we can be inclusive. So I would love to learn more about how BPS and the district is thinking about utilizing technology to really make this inclusivity work. And really prepare our students to know how to be in every space, regardless if they're people that speak their language or not. And hopefully that can trickle in the lunch break, the cafeterias, the sports. So if I'm in a classroom and I'm engaging with everybody that speaks every language and I have the resource, now I feel comfortable in going and sitting down with the Haitians. Now I feel comfortable in going and sit down with the Black students. I think about my experience at Burke. When I came to Dorchester in 2010, the first thing they told me is like, you have to be careful because you're Cape Verdean and the other folks are not gonna like you. Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, whatever it was. So what did we do? We hang out just with Cape Verdeans. And that sometimes even happens in the classroom. So academic spaces are really important to really showcase on how we can be in the same space, regardless of what background that we come from. But without the right tools, without the resources, without the budget, this is all great. But I'm very confident that this is something that you all are taking very seriously, especially when it comes to the Cape Verdean community. I know there's been a lot of push from our Cape Verdean leaders in terms of dual program. I'm going to be sitting at the table with them. And then one thing that I want to flag to think about as you're discussing materials that will be available in native language. Cape Verdean Creole is very complicated. And we see that even on materials that we translate at the district and the mayor's office, there's a lot of feedback of like, is this inclusive within the Cape Verdean community? So I would be really interested to see how Cape Verdean Creole is going to work out when it comes to educational academic materials, because that's not a flyer about there's a community meeting. It's going to be about math, biology, chemistry, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm going to stop there. Just wanted to highlight some things and things to consider. I know there's been a lot of work from community members, advocates for years, and they should be heard. They should definitely be sitting at the table, but a lot has changed and we need to just make sure that we have the right resources to make this an actual inclusive program. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm very sorry, just a quick correction on my last question.
Okay.
I'd like to understand your philosophical point of view as well as your application regarding how equitable literacy is used in determining culturalism versus language acquisition. That's very important to me in explaining to the parents who are opposed or who are for the program. Thank you.
I have a few questions. I'll do them one at a time and you guys respond and we'll try to go fast. I guess first things first, thank you obviously for the work and the thinking, and I appreciate the framing. I'm usually a guy who hates platitudes from big bureaucracies, but I appreciated the way that you were framing today and the message around the why. I guess first things first, is there a reason that the plan or the presentation doesn't include like actual goals or markers of progress for implementation, or even any sort of reflection around anticipated student outcomes?
We believe that this should still be measured by, in terms of DESE, like what those expected rates of growth are. So that's part of why we didn't develop some separate metrics, because this is really how we're enacting
education across the district. And also, there are some other data points that we discussed throughout the sort of writing of this plan. And some of them were regarding the rates at which we were moving towards least restrictive environments. And that became very tricky territory, as you probably well understand, where we can't really create goals for that because it has to be through the IEP process, right? However, one of the goals, to be very transparent, that we have been grappling with is the level of concentration. So one of the things that's in the council report is that there are high concentrations and disparate concentrations of students with disabilities and students in substantially separate placements, in particular schools. And I'm just going to be honest, we've been grappling with what's the best way to track that metric. So I do believe we're sharing a plan. I think that the superintendent said ready enough and, right enough. There are many things that we do need to do. And part of that is what are the metrics that we can get just right? Because we do need to track.
And then I guess it connects to the second question, the quarterly reviews, the sort of like evaluation of schools. Is that, I guess, maybe where some of that data mining is living? One, and then the sort of second part around that, does that then become public? Like, will that be shared with school communities and of course with families to understand, is this an environment I want my child in?
Yeah. So some of the quarterly reviews at the school level, they are really doing it from the standpoint of their quality school plan. So those are plans that we have shared with DESE. I think they're available to folks to review. We added a layer on the district-wide level, and that is really looking at the very specific, for instance, things that we submit to the DOJ for reporting around what is the compliance reporting for multilingual learners, as an example. Those are fairly public right now, but we also know that's very dense and complicated at times. So we're trying to figure out what are some of the sort of pithy sort of top lines that people can track. And part of it will be around placement and choice. So what we're trying to do is make sure that all families have a right to the choice process that we have. And that is very clearly not the experience for multilingual learners and for students with disabilities. And so those are some of the metrics that we have been discussing about how do we look at the difference between people's choice and where students end up. So we showed a slide also around distance and traveling, and eventually at some point in time, we would like to measure what are the differences now in the distances traveled if we really are able to put in place, which we will, a full continuum of services that's more region-based rather than like citywide travel. So those are some examples of things that we are tracking, as well as special education compliance. We also mentioned actually having random IEP quality reviews. That's another really important aspect of the purpose of that is really for us to look at where there are areas of professional learning and family engagement that we need to do based on those IEP reviews.
It's helpful. Another just piece, and it's all connected, right? Because it's like, what is success? What does it look like? And how do we know it? And what are we paying attention to? I guess I have a question about the planning process, and I appreciated your framing, Dr. Chen, around like the schools are building a plan that's right for the individual kids. Then I suspect what wasn't said was there's a sort of resource request that comes through as a result of that planning. I guess two things. One, that makes me really happy. And at the same time, it makes me really nervous because like, what's the light switch that turned on in a system where we've been doing it so poorly, like really without a disability justice framework in a really harmful way? What experiences have schools gone through where we now think they're ready to do this type of planning? And then I guess on top of it, like, what are the non-negotiables in that work? Are there guidelines to that type of planning? are there models of excellence that we believe exist as a system that we're holding and sharing with school communities? What are they? You know, I guess I'm nervous, like, is it 120 schools that we, you know, for the last several decades, we know have not been able to do inclusion, some by our making, some by their own, and are allowing their resistance. Like, what's the district strategy to make sure it's not just the same thing as it was before with different labels?
Absolutely. And also, for sure, we don't want to recreate what we already have in a more expensive model, if you will. So I think a couple of things. One is the non-negotiables are around what we are expected to do in terms of state and federal regulations. And so we have some very clear expectations that DESE has set for us around our multilingual learners, for example, that is expected across the board. And so those are some non-negotiables, for instance, of not segregating our students in those early ELD levels all day long. So what that opens up, though, is for schools to look at, okay, when we look at every single one of our students, what are those different ways that we could service students without putting them in those segregated spaces and the staffing that we need? So we are also providing some different options for schools to think about, but we also want to make sure that this is a space where schools can share their innovative solutions that can ultimately be scaled as well. And I think that leads me to an example of where we've seen this year, one of our schools, which is the lower school for the Higginson Lewis, is an example, where they actually moved to what we are doing in this work with existing staff. And I would say in that particular case, while yes, there are certain needs of students that created weights that afforded the types of licensure and the types of teachers that they have there, but really what it was a school leader and a team thinking differently about how they could service their students and being able to know that have permission almost, like that we didn't need to keep our students in those boxes that this district assigned to us. So we have some emerging examples of how this can work well, which I think is really important. I think I'm not answering one other thing I wrote.
I guess while you're thinking, I guess what I'm pushing for or curious about is like, how do we not then further create inequity? Like, if it's so like whatever the team comes up with and we're gonna get and it's gonna be so great, like may the best idea win at a given location. It's not a system that's done great in sharing, right? Like sharing best practices. And so like, I don't know, I'm thinking of myself, former principal, like keeping it real. I'm busy. This is new. This is one of many priorities. Are you telling me it's co-teaching as a strategy? We're thinking ICT. Are you telling me reduce class sizes? Are you telling me it's, I don't know, right? Like, what are the choices I'm looking at? Because I think if left, I don't know, like, that's why I make a grocery list when I go to the grocery store. It's like, you need to like have some sort of path that you're on. And that's becomes the focus of what you're doing that in that structure. And I guess that's the part where I just like, I'm not seeing it, and maybe it exists. And it's like, well, Brandon, I'll send you our like 5-point plan of like, these are the things you should be considering and the type of models pedagogically that we think can drive inclusion in classrooms.
Right. I mean, we certainly can send you some other additional materials, and I want Kay to be able to talk about some of the programs, the models that we're supporting. I think there are also parameters too around the collective bargaining agreement in terms of the class size limits as well as the ratios. And what we're also sharing with school leaders is some best practices around how you also plan in advance for some open seats to be able to provide that flexibility of students, you know, having parts of their day be partial inclusion. But Kay, do you want to talk about quickly? I know we're short on time. Or do you want us to provide that information for?
Yes,
Okay.
we're
All right.
we're real over.
I get that we're out of time. I do think for us, that is the most essential question for us to either talk about or bring into another presentation. Like, what is the model of instruction that we're talking about in inclusion?
Yeah.
Because so far we're just talking about inclusion as like an idea that's like incredibly important and one I'm committed to, but there's no pedagogical framework that we've discussed. Yeah.
Agree. Thank you. So you can get that back to us.
Okay, we'll provide that information.
Thank
Okay.
you. Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you. And incredibly important presentation. I sit here and read the quote from Dr. Hare and others who did research in August 2016. And I remember Dr. Hare sitting at this table and presenting that research to this body. And subsequent to that, this body took a policy vote on increasing inclusive opportunities across the district. We set up an inclusion task force specifically on that. And now 7 years later, we've seen earlier this year about how we're going to be rolling inclusion out. And I agree that both this presentation was interesting, but the questions have also brought out there's like a lot more detail to come as well. And I am also intrigued about, we have had a couple of schools in this city do inclusion very well. And so how have we incorporated best practices from those schools into this planning process? We also have heard from teachers and school leaders over the years of be careful, be careful, be careful. This is not just saying all of a sudden a school's now inclusive and expect it to work, that there's a lot of important decisions and teamwork that has to be done at a school level to make inclusion work properly. And so I'm interested both about best practices we've learned and how we're also hearing that cautionary tale. And I know we're saying we're going to roll out planning by grade, et cetera, but even the very beginning, as some of the fellow members have pointed out, when all of a sudden a school leader who maybe has resisted inclusionary practices in the past or has not embraced it as strongly as they could, now all of a sudden told, okay, plan, and you're going to be inclusion in first grade next year and second grade the year after, and so on and so forth. How are we really making that work? And the devil's going to be in the details on that, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I think that there's clearly variability in readiness across our schools and across our school leaders. And it's been very clear. I don't think we need a DESE to signal that to us that there is not time to wait until everyone is ready. So what we've tried to do is design a system where, for instance, there is an inclusive education coach for every region that works with all the schools to get through the planning process. But they're also supported by other coaches that support the tier 1 access to instruction, the multi-tiered systems of support. So there's multiple folks supporting schools to do that. There's also oversight by our regional school superintendents that really track the quality school plans and the progress that schools are making that is reflected in the work around inclusive education. So we have multiple ways of providing both the support and the accountability. So there is variability. And this is also why, as a system, last year we learned from the cohort that started to do this work. And what didn't work about the process last year, which we would only know because we tried it, was that there was a proposal that was due at the end, and it didn't allow us to see how schools were thinking about different phases of getting to their plan. And right now we have broken down the plan so that they are completing different parts of it at different times. And we're right in the part right now where schools in the next few weeks will be looking specifically at students and their data and how they're currently serving their students. The next step after that is to determine the resource alignment to what they feel they could move to. Because everyone is doing the parts of the process at the same time, it helps us to really stay in lockstep to make sure everyone is doing the same thing, but also it's important for us to see all of the plans as schools are currently thinking about it so that we can provide either intervention to places where maybe the plans may be a little off, or it can provide us some mentor schools and teams that have come up with really smart ideas around doing this. So we're trying to make sure there is both accountability and support around this.
Thank you. A little bit of nuts and bolts question, because this is a little bit like building a plane as you're flying it, right? Because these are still our students in classrooms every single day, literally as we speak, maybe not at 11 at night, but they will be in a few hours. How are we doing on review of IEPs and backlog on IEPs and the transportation issues that are already pretty significant for our students with disabilities in particular? You know, what the impact will be. Are we thinking through all those other pieces as well?
Absolutely. That is the number one priority. We're working closely with our compliance department. We also have hired compliance coordinator for special education to really look and track in terms of where we are by school, in terms of IEP meetings, in terms of compliance and timelines. So that is a huge part of our monitoring process. We also are going through Department of Elementary and Secondary Education has a tiered focus monitoring process that we've worked with them in terms of also making sure that we are meeting all of our timelines. And we have worked on responding to any actions that they have flagged to us as areas need. So that is something that we're really monitoring very closely in terms of the IEP process and timelines.
Thank you. And my last question, in the interest of time, is as schools put together their plans, how are they thinking about communications with their school communities? You know, we've heard so many comments over the years. We've had many students and families come and talk about the value of being in an inclusive setting and what they've learned, and we've seen so many great examples. We've also seen, quite frankly, fear from parents about what is this doing to my school, and due to misinformation. I say often at this table, in the absence of information, misinformation flourishes, right? So how are we intentionally communicating with parents why we're doing this, what the value is for their child, whether their child's in a general ed setting or not, and what the overall value of this is, and why they should embrace it and be, you know, encouraged by this.
So, part of the inclusion planning team process, the very beginning, the first step is to set a vision for your school. And so there's quite a bit of work done with the support of the coaches for the inclusion planning team, that our best practices has been to have parent representation on those. But what we are also doing is in each school, there are ways that schools communicate whatever happens at those meetings with the larger community. So there are some things that schools are doing specifically in terms of how we've provided the support, but we also know that part of this needs to come from central and at the regional level to make sure that there's universal messaging and support for families as well. So that is also work that is in progress with Dr. Taveras and her team, because we have family coordinators in every school. So we're trying to make sure that there are multiple ways that folks are getting information.
I also like to add that keep in mind that this is the first year of planning. And as we work towards the planning, we've also partnered with our SPED PAC. Last week, Superintendent Skipper and several members of our team met with SPED PAC board to really discuss this plan and to tweak out some of the questions and concerns that they're getting from families and caregivers regarding the plan that has been shared. So part of our planning is really looking at working closely with our SPED PAC to start looking at also working with our school leaders and regional SUPs in terms of developing some listening sessions and forums for our families to really engage them in the planning of this plan and the rollout and planning for 24-25 school year as well.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You know, the time is late, so I'm only going to ask 2 quick questions that you do not have to answer now, because we have at least a half an hour of public comment that we have to listen to in a few minutes. So I guess as I listen to this, thank you again for, I know the immense amount of work that's gone into this. And I know that we've been working for a while around having the inclusion planning groups. We don't have that equivalent for our multilingual learners in terms of thinking. I mean, this this process is changing everything we do in all of our schools and literally every single one of our classrooms. And so it's going to really just churn our whole system. So how are we equally having these conversations as we look at the changes and the impact it will have on families with multilingual learners, children who have just been in regular ed classrooms, who now those classrooms will completely change for them and their families as well. And where is the sense of buy-in and support and feeling of we can do this at the school level? How are teachers feeling about this as these major changes are coming towards them? And what is that feeling as we're beginning to implement it? I mean, you almost need a school buy-in even before you start the process in the grades that are going to be first to come on board. What are we hearing? What are the fears? And what are we critically doing? So that's sort of my sense of questions that support a lot of what several others have said, as well tonight. Yeah, there's that. And then really, how do we do this? I mean, it's a lot of theory, but what's going to be the first step on the first day? And how are we really going to be doing this? So this is an issue of we are changing our district forever so that we're not going to be coming back here in another 5 years trying to sort through these problems. How are we making critical changes so that, Boston soars ahead and now our kids have a district that they can be proud of?
Can I just one more, and we don't have to answer it tonight because I know we're not doing it, but I am curious on the budget implications for this, and particularly if schools are doing sort of new need requests based on their models. Like, what are we projecting this will cost? And worth it? It's just, again, back to that moment of us hitting a cliff. Like, what does this mean in relationship to all the other
things?
What would a deadline be for asks?
Yeah. And when's the deadline for asks? Like, how does that process? So maybe that's sort of a follow-up to the other piece, right? Like, what are the models that people are being shown to work through? And then what are what's the projected budget implication for that?
So I think I won't answer fully, right, given the time, but I guess my initial thoughts on that. So clearly this is so intertwined with all of the operational sides of the house here. And so budget in the cross-functional team that these guys are all working across is sitting at that table constantly. I think that
and panicked.
I think part of what we want to get a look at with the IPT planning is to see how schools are thinking about using the resources they currently have, but in a different way to be able to serve students in the model that they're looking at. I do want to kind of caution on the model as if there's like one model, because I think if we were to look across, say, the schools who are inclusion schools already, we see a variety of student outcome. And this is part of the grappling with this, is that in its vanguard work, is that even if you task at the national level or the state level, you really don't have consistent models that we can say this is what it yields. Co-teaching is a great example. It's very resource intense. It's also one of the hardest ones to pull off because teachers have to learn to cooperate with each other, and in a way that takes time and relationship building and trust of style, and that is a longer term model. So even in Henderson Inclusion, that took years to actually get that to sync. And so we have, the challenge and opportunity to operationalize things based on the strengths of the schools as they see them, based on the students they serve. And, we haven't talked about the role the team plays or the role of the parent, but this is about everybody, right? Everybody has a voice in that process. And there may be parents who initially are not looking for an inclusion setting, and they're much happier in the current setting that they are. So we are in many ways going to have to keep our system viable on both accounts for a while as inclusion takes traction. If there was a solution out there, we would have hopped onto it. But there isn't. This is one we are going to have to do because we know, and we know that there will be areas that we are going to have to constantly be monitoring and revisiting and working in partnership with the schools, because something that they were planning, they're now struggling with, something they thought could work isn't. And so we are going to have to be nimble as an institution to do that. But it is literally, I think the difference with this and equitable literacy is that in my time in BPS, there were a lot of flash pans, right? Like, we're doing this, and then 2 years later, we're doing that, and then 2 years later, we're doing this. We can't do that anymore.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
We have to be grounded, in what Dr. Eccleston said earlier, to recognizing that in all that transition and change, it has not made the difference to our young people. And so now we have a chance to go deep in a system that will require us to look at data, to be accountable, and to not just abandon it, but to actually make it what it needs to be. And that's going to take this committee, it's going to take that team, it's going to take the entire bowling building, it's going to take, every school to do that. But it is literally a generational change that our students are overdue for.
Yeah. Thank you. Again, thank you very much, and we look forward to next steps. Ms. Sullivan.
Thank
Public
you.
comment. And before we start, because I don't know if it still does it, but that 11 o'clock, the lights will shut off, and I don't want people who've not been here to freak out about that. So anyway, thank you.
Madam Chair, I was just going to remind you of that, right?
Heads up.
What happens? At 11 PM, the lights in
11
this
p.m.
building go
It
out
offers for you
very
seconds.
briefly.
Yeah.
They will immediately come right back on.
Hmm.
It just,
Yeah.
maybe it's the building's way of saying it's 11 PM. We found this out by accident one time.
Mhm.
So ghosts. Got it.
Thank you. We'll now transition to virtual testimony. Please make sure you're signed into Zoom with the same name that you used to sign up for public comment, and be prepared to unmute yourself and turn on your camera when it's your turn to testify. Please raise your hand virtually when I call your name. Anne Chinchilla DeGeorge, Ruby Reyes, Giovanni Burgos, Olivia Brown Pina, Kim Emery, Jeannie Gorolowski Shep, and Deirdre Manning. You can please raise your hands virtually. Anne? Can you please unmute and turn on your camera?
Hi, sure.
Good evening.
Okay, thank you. Hi. Good evening. My name is Anne Chinchilla DeGeorge. I live in Roxbury, and I'm a parent at Boston Latin Academy. I have a few questions and a suggestion. My first question is, when you use the term students with disabilities, as mentioned in the busing and transformation reports, or the term SPED, does it include students on 504 plans? And if not, why, when the government does consider 504s and IEPs disabilities? I would also like to know how BPS is ensuring that every school is holding the federally mandated informational meetings about families' rights and role in spending Title I funds at their school, which is required for compliance. It is supposed to happen within the first 6 weeks of school. What mechanism is being used to track and guide our schools? Also, on a totally separate note, I do often wonder if this committee actually believes in and supports the SBM, the school-based management shared decision-making model, and understand the importance of and value to families, as well as how critical a properly functioning SSC and SPC is in our schools. This definitely came into question when one of our parents at BLA, who is a principal of a BPS school, has insisted multiple times that Superintendent Skipper is actively working to remove the requirement of parent involvement on the Quality School Improvement Plan, otherwise known as the QSIP or QSP, calling it a fix. We should be collaborating and working in partnership on the QSIP. It makes no sense to remove our voice when the QSIP serves as the guiding document, essentially the holy grail of each school that everything ties back to, including our children's education and experience. So I would like to know whether or not that's true. Lastly, I'd like to suggest leaving the O'Brien in a central Boston location where Mr. John D. O'Brien fought for it to be, so that Black and Brown students could attend an exam school with access from across the city. It is unconscionable to move the very school created for Black and Brown students to one of the least accessible and whitest parts of Boston. I am interested in seeing the results of the racial equity tool used in your assessment of this move. Why not just open a new exam school in West Roxbury? Clearly, there is another need anyway. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ruby Reyes.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruby Reyes, and I'm the Executive Director of the Boston Education Justice Alliance and Dorchester resident. As we embark on budget season, many of us were wondering when we will see a demonstrated commitment to community engagement and transparency. Schools are going to experience significant staff loss based on the budget passed last year and the loss of ESSER fundings. BPS leadership created a fiscal cliff that will impact over 610 positions, impacting all school communities. This school committee approved this, which will result in an equitable fiscal cliff and lack of resources for students. You did not demand a plan for how these funds would be replaced or demand a plan for how school communities would not bear the brunt of this misguided decision. Why is BPS leadership and this school committee, what is BPS leadership and this school committee doing to ensure that schools are not harmed by the budget you passed last year? According to question 3 of the stakeholder engagement section in the racial and equity planning tool, what has our engagement told us about the potential positive or negative impacts of the proposal for different groups and how this proposal might produce or perpetuate racial inequity? I am sure it is hard for you all to answer this very important question because many times engagement doesn't happen in authentic ways. Then you subsequently make decisions without thinking about the impact on school communities, particularly those that have majority Black, Latino, students with disabilities, and English learners. Furthermore, decisions are made, then new members come onto the committee and don't do the historical research of previous decisions, further exacerbating the various areas of concern. The most recent mayoral proposal to move the O'Brien to West Roxbury is yet another example of disregard for community engagement and misuse of the equity planning tool. I wish the school committee members would take responsibility for when you feed structural racism repeatedly and at the very least do your homework and know how you are disregarding community engagement, the equity plan.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Giovanni Burgos. Giovanni, can you please accept the prompt?
Giovanni, ¿puede aceptar la invitación?
Not with us. Let's try Olivia Brown Pina. Okay. Kim Emery.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Kim, can you try speaking again? We're trying to get your audio.
Can you hear me now?
If you speak very closely to the microphone, please.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, there you are. We can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kim. I am a Boston resident and I am a BPS mom. Boston, we have a problem. It's non-compliance of shared decision-making in Title I mandates. Regarding inclusion planning teams, how are families required and essential members in that important work? If they're not, is that authentic family engagement? Does an IPT report into SSCs like ILTs need to before significant changes to a school community can be implemented? How could a school tell families that their perspective is merely optional in 504 plan review teams and not required? School committee, would you say that that shows shared decision-making? How could school governing bodies be bypassed in a Title I mandated school improvement plan meant to be developed, reviewed, and voted on by the SSC itself? How could the district validate an improvement plan if there are glaring gaps and it's informed by a flawed process, specifically no students, no families? And you ask schools who are missing at the table what barriers exist and what corrective action was taken, yet that area is left blank. How could a school intentionally leave their own families and students out of the development of its Title I Family School Compact? What about the practice of not holding a mandated annual Title I meeting to go over family rights and supports, to go over the collaborative docs that families and students should have been at the table for? The data last spring from family engagement around status of schools submitting Title I docs demonstrate this problem of non-compliance. These are entrenched problems with oversight and accountability. Please take a deep dive and mitigate barriers to compliance. Practices that knowingly compromise the shared decision-making model cannot go unaddressed. I urge the school committee and the district to get on the same page. For heaven's sake, figure it out before this district comes under review again and is found to be compromising.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Vernee Wilkerson, followed by Jeannie Gorlovsky-Shep and Deidre Manning.
Hello, good evening. I'm Vernee Wilkinson with School Facts Boston. I recently attended the open house, which was held at West Roxbury campus on Saturday, the 30th of September. During the September 30th West Roxbury open house, why was the space in such disrepair for an open house? There was a triggering target practice paraphernalia image near the cafeteria. Overall, the state of the building, it comes off as BPS saying, we don't care about you and we don't really need your buy-in because the decision to move the O'Brien has already been made. This is the image that parents and students were viewing on their tour. If this is indeed an open issue for the community, district, and city, before the school committee votes, there needs to be a comprehensive plan for community meetings that reach out beyond the current O'Brien population and including the current O'Brien population, because this move will impact the whole district for generations to come. Before the school committee votes, there needs to be a memo and time for this issue to be on the agenda for the members of this committee to receive an updated report on the status of engagement and to have an open discussion on the topic where their questions can be answered. In these meetings, there needs to be clarity and data and transparency around the racial equity planning tool. Clarity also needs to be given around the Green New Deal rubric and why it is not being integrated into this process for the OB move. Moving the OB contradicts the goals and values that were shared in the last two presentations, including how they were including notes of extended travel times and how exasperating and tiresome this can be for our students. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeannie Gorlovsky-Shep.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. How are you? Thank you for giving me the chance to speak after such a long meeting. My name is Jeannie Gerlovsky-Shep. I'm a longtime resident of the South End and a BPS parent of a seventh grader. I and the other families at BPS have been reaching out to the superintendent's office over the last week regarding the complete lack of family communication and lack of support of BPS students, staff, and families relating to the current crisis in the Middle East and the climate in the United States of growing Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. The district has not been responsive to our requests for information and has repeatedly refused to issue any communication. To speak plainly, I don't see what could be construed as controversial about telling families how the district is supporting the BPS students and staff and keeping them safe physically and psychologically. Many other school districts in Massachusetts have issued communications about this situation. In a conversation with BPS, after I was able to get in touch, I was told that there are a lot of family and student supports in place, but none of them have been communicated to families. All the members of our community deserve to be supported in this hard situation. I spoke directly to my son's school and I found out there were certain supports put in place. For example, there was a moment of silence for victims of terrorism last week, but the school did not feel empowered to communicate this to parents and referred us back to the district office. Why wouldn't the district want to take credit for and communicate the good things they are doing? I care about all the students, staff, and families at BPS. This is not an issue that affects only Jewish or Muslim people, but all students, staff, and families. There has been a lot of increasing concern about very graphic photos and videos being shared on social media of the Israeli hostages held by Hamas. Hamas has also said that they plan to start executing hostages on social media. I've emailed both my son's school and the district with advisories from various news sources advising parents and families to monitor students' social media usage to make sure we're minimizing their exposure to these horrific images. I think all BPS families deserve to know about this threat.
Jeannie, thank you. Our next speaker is Deirdre Manning.
Hello, I'm a Dorchester resident, BPS parent since 2016, and sole supporter of two minor children. In a 2020-21 simulation, BPS administrators found 4,400 students eligible for bonus points. Just over 900 students were students in schools with less than 40% living below a certain level of poverty. Bonuses are commonly given in businesses to employees who have met goals. Often the bonuses are tiered based on performance. It is disingenuous to call the 10-point policy a bonus. With so many students receiving bonus points, the scoring system is not based on a 100-point scale. The actual point scale for exam school admission is 110 points, with students in care of DCF or are homeless eligible to receive 5 bonus points. There are students from wealthy families receiving advantages they do not need or deserve, and there are students who desperately need a boost to their admission chances, and they are instead penalized for attending schools with 60.1% or more students who are not living in poverty. My daughter and others attending public charter schools and district schools are unable to fairly compete for admission, and those who live in tiers 7 and 8 are doubly penalized. I have always looked down on single issue voters who don't appreciate the nuances of governance or policymaking or appreciate all the other important work done. I am now a single issue voter. In the words of a school committee member, this is bad policymaking. It is not nuanced. It is a club. BPS is not providing opportunities for disadvantaged students to compete by actually doing the work of educating them early in their school career Instead, BPS administrators are putting a thumb on the scale in 6th grade, patting themselves on the back for increased enrollment of underrepresented students at exam schools and excluding students who are penalized, who attend penalized schools, and roughly 2/3 of tier 7 and 8 applicants. It's disgraceful and outrageous. Please listen to those of us who have continuously expressed our concerns to you and make a change. Do not penalize 11-year-olds. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, that concludes our speakers for public comment.
Thank you. And thank you to all who gave their comment tonight. Ms. Sullivan, sorry, is there any new business? That concludes our business for the evening. The next hybrid school committee meeting will take place on Wednesday, November 1st at 6 p.m. at the Bowling Building. There's nothing further. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Is there any objection to approving the motion by unanimous consent? Hearing none, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all and have a good night.
Good night.
Night.